Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Ninja Trader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina. I am Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by our Senior Economist, Tracy Schuchard, aka Shy Girl. Shy, happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Jim. And hello,
Man, it's
everybody in chat.
hello, chat. I ditto that for sure. We got a great lineup. Blake Morrow's joining us in a few minutes. We have the Mighty Pax, Chris and XYZ trading the open. So we're looking forward to this morning. It's going to be awesome. But I think we have a lot of stuff to talk about, Shy. What's happening in the news?
All right. Well, we have Trump readies tariff cuts and trade deals in an affordability push. So, Donald Trump is readying substantial tariff cuts designed to address high food prices and a series of new trade deals, including framework agreements with Argentina, Guatemala, El Salvador, and Ecuador, as he seeks to address voter concerns over the cost of goods. Turns out, things that are not made in America and cannot be grown, like bananas, coffee beans, and things of that nature. The U.S. needs to reduce tariffs and barriers because we can't produce them ourselves. So that is going to change some things at the grocery store, apparently. So we'll see. On the more confusion as far as reports coming out. We did have, if you remember, Caroline Levitt said that we would not be getting the October jobs report, but Hassett said that we would be getting the jobs report, but it will be released without the unemployment rate. He said the household survey wasn't conducted in October, so we're going to get half the employment report. We'll get the jobs part, but we won't get the unemployment part, and that'll just be for 1 month. So we'll see. The BLS is supposed to put out a schedule on when they'll be able to release all of this data, so we'll find out, I guess, soon from the BLS whether
Hey,
it's
Shy.
coming out or not.
Let me interrupt you for a second. So do you think half the data is better than nothing at all, or will it make it matters worse?
I think it'll make matters worse. I think it'll just be more confusing and people won't know. And, I'm skeptical of the data in general because even the survey data, just how it's collected, it's already subject to skepticism. And so I think that this jobs report is going to be an awful mess, to be honest with you. But moving on to, well, believe it or not, China and the U.S. have yet to agree to a rare earth deal. Weeks after talks, apparently they are still negotiating over key details how Beijing will free up sales of rare earths. The two teams have given each side until the end of November to agree on terms for general licenses that China pledged to offer for U.S.-bound exports of rare earths and other critical minerals. So that done deal is not exactly done yet, shockingly. Then we have Bitcoin bear market deepens as ETF investors yank 870 million. So Bitcoin fell further below that 100K mark. We have it's a risk off right now across all markets, but during this, what we have seen is we had outflows of exchange traded funds of 870 million on Thursday in Bitcoin market. Now, if you remember yesterday afternoon, I mentioned that we had an unusual IBIT options bet. There were 30,000 November 14th expiring today, 56.50 puts for 52 cents. In Bitcoin terms, like numbers, they're buying the 99,620 put with a break even of 98,750 through expiry today. So obviously they want the market, they're betting the market will close today below 98,750 is kind of what this bet is.
So,
Then
so
on
Shy,
the,
so Shy, let me interrupt. I'm sorry, let me interrupt you for the
yeah,
Bitcoin for a second. I mean, I'm looking at a weekly chart right now, and this is one of the most ugly charts I think I've I've seen in a while. I mean, these are just giant red candles. We broke below that 100,000. Now we're at 95,000. So whoever made that bet might be on the right side of history.
Well, they're in the money, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Uh,
Anyway, I mean, there's just a lot of calls for people saying, even John Carter was on X saying, I'm waiting for 80,000 and I'm loading up again. And when you kind of go all the way back to April, look at where we're at, it's 80,000 for support.
yeah, it looks like that as well. And maybe 74 under that. But moving on really quickly on the crude oil front, we do have some geopolitical risk going on. We had Iran forces seize oil tanker after it passes the Strait of Hormuz. Uh, this has been a point of contention, the Strait of Hormuz. Everybody has been worried that the IRGC would shut down the Strait of Hormuz. They haven't done that because that would be sort of shooting themselves in the foot because that's where all their oil passes through. But Marshall Islands flagged tanker was sailing about 20 nautical miles east of the UAE when it lost contact with the manager. And I guess the ship was intercepted by the IRGC, and according to Vanguard Tech, which provides maritime intelligence. So we'll keep an eye on that. Certainly anything that happens in the Strait of Hormuz is very important for oil and shipping in general. We do have crude up slightly this morning, about 1.7% on that. And then we have stocks hammered on dashed hopes of an imminent Fed rate cut. We'll talk about that more later, but we did have a host of central bankers talking this week, and everybody kind of expressed, or the majority of them expressed the fact that they're still very worried about inflation. And this is kind of brought down. We had almost a 90% chance of a December rate cut, and that's now down to about 50-50. So it's a coin toss right now on the tone of the central bankers that were talking this week. And last but not least, we have because it's the funniest headline ever. Janet Yellen says the U.S. is undermining its economic success. Pot kettle. Anyway, and that is, those are the headlines overnight.
Did you say Janet Yellen?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Well, there we go. I mean, we've got a lot of stuff going on. A lot of the markets are moving. You know, we just talked about Bitcoin. You know, equity markets, particularly the Nasdaq, have been getting hit hard last couple of days. Bonds actually had just a jig for some reason. We were down big overnight, and this thing turned around by a lot. And we'll take a look at a chart later on, but that was kind of surprising. Crude oil kind of stuck right below that $60 level. Anything to look for in crude, Shy?
So no, we just have some geopolitical risk. I mentioned the Strait of Hormuz. We also had one of the Russian Black Sea ports was shut briefly overnight because of Ukrainian drone strikes. So we saw wheat up on that, and we saw crude up on that.
Yeah. Okay. And gold is kind of risk off. It's like Swissy franc is up. We'll talk about that with Blake. You know, equities down, metals down, Bitcoin down. It does seem kind of like a risk off morning so far.
So far, so good. And, you know, I talked about on Tuesday and then again yesterday, I mentioned the fact that Goldman Sachs had their target of 67.05, and S&P looks like we hit their target for this week, which was, significant move from the highs of the week.
Yeah. All right, all right. Well, thank you everybody for being here in chat. We have our Michael, Jordan, Scotty Pippen, and Dennis Rodman in today. Engineer Bear, Paulie, and Cooper. First to chime in the chat, you guys. Thanks for being here with us. And Paulie, I've been eating my blueberries. Paulie sends me these awesome emails. And it's funny because one of them was about blueberries, and I've been just loading up on blueberries. I don't know if you're a blueberry fan, Shy.
I love blueberries. They're very good for you.
All
Full of
right.
antioxidants.
All right, all right. Well, we have a special guest today, and I think it's time to bring him in as usual. This is Friday guest Blake Morrow. Pip Czar is in the house. Good morning, Blake. How are you?
Hey, good morning, Jim. Good morning, Tracy. How are you guys? TGIF.
TG,
Seriously.
TGIF. I know, I know. Well, Shai told me this morning that she's known you way longer than me. How long have you guys known each other?
I would say over a decade if I had to guess. I mean, via social media.
I was a late
But we've met
adopter.
in person. We've met in
But
person.
yes, we did meet in person too. But I want to say via social media, we've probably known each other at least 10 years, if not
Oh, yeah.
longer. Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for being here with us today. I know it's a little bit early for you, but you're up early anyway, covering the Forex markets. And, let's, before we talk about the Fed and interest rate expectations and all that stuff, the first thing I noticed this morning was the Swiss franc caught a bit again. This is like I don't know, the eighth day in a row. And when I see it on a screen like this, when I think of risk off days, I look at the Swissy. If the Swissy's green and other stuff is it, I start to think, all right, there's something going on here. So I thought, what's going on with the Swissy?
Well, the thing is if you think about like last week, it was actually last Friday, which I really get irritated with myself when I think about this. President Trump, or actually the Swiss actually reported that they're working on a tariff deal with the U.S. Trump later announced that they're working on a 15% tariff deal, and that's a big jump, going from 35% to, I think it was 35%, 35 or 32%, something north of 30 to 15. Considering the Swiss's exposure to the pharmaceutical industry, luxury goods, it's their most of their economy. So the Swiss automatically started to strengthen. Of course, I bought the Swiss last week, and I got out of the Swiss last week. And I thought I was a rock star for about an hour, and then obviously a week later I think I'm an idiot. Here we are breaking some really key levels. Now the reason why this is so important, Jim and Tracy, is because the 92 cent level, we're below that right now. We're at 91.80. A lot of people have believed that the Swiss National Bank was here to defend that level. But this Swiss National Bank is not the previous Jordan Swiss National Bank, and I think they're a little bit more savvy now, and they let all the stops get taken below 92 cents. I know ultimately they don't want this really, really strong currency, and I do believe intervention is a possibility from the Swiss National Bank, but I believe it's a little bit lower. As we get closer to 91, maybe 90 cents, you might see the Swiss National Bank step in. They don't want a strong Swiss franc. Everybody wants to buy Swiss francs as a neutral type of currency, especially when you're going into risk aversion. So when you see stocks go down, yeah, Swiss franc is like a natural buy. Even if they go negative rates, people are like, I'd rather pay them a 0.25% than have my money being lost in money market accounts, or in Microsoft or Google or Bitcoin or whatever the case may be. So you'll have everybody just kind of park their money with Swiss francs. Well, Switzerland's smart to go into negative rates, in my opinion, to make sure that they're getting compensated for that, because it will help offset these strong currency in a contentious trade war type of environment, if you will. So.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So that we're below 92 cents, though, it is telling us that the market is risk off at the moment. Between that and if you're talking FX, the yen is starting to strengthen here. Between those two currencies, that is suggesting that we're even though we're on really critical support as far as the S&P goes, which I'm sure you guys are going to talk about. Even though we're on really big support, the FX market is leaning into the idea that we might actually break down today going into the end of the week.
Got it.
And I just want to ask, speaking of the yen, because has had a significant move, over the last, since, I don't know, the middle of November. It's weakened significantly. What everybody's talking about, maybe the BOJ will intervene, and then everybody said, well, they don't have enough firepower for an FX intervention, and then they're talking about today that they actually do. So what are your thoughts on with the yen and BOJ, and are they going to intervene?
That's a great question, Tracy, and I think we're a little far away from that. My colleagues and I, we believe that over at Forex Analytics, we believe that that the BOJ is still a distance away. You know, you start getting towards 160, which is going to be a little bit lower on your chart as far as futures go, Jim. That's when the BOJ might be a little bit more ready to actually step in. But the problem that you see on this particular chart is we actually had what we call a false breakout, or in this case, we had a false breakdown in the yen. So the yen broke
Yeah.
down, and we actually reversed course today, and that alone, because it's such a key level in the market, and if I showed you the FX market, it's actually at a triangle top and reversed at the triangle top. If we get a reversal here in the yen, it has nothing to do with intervention. It has more to do with positioning and sentiment. Sentiment's been really, really bearish the yen because of the new prime minister. She's coined as Abe 2.0, and and then she's talked about not wanting to meddle with the BOJ and their actions. And so we had the yen really weakening, and then this reversal today, or yesterday and today, that you see here, Jim, that's a little jarring. Again, this is one of those things, you start to see the yen strengthen like the Swiss when the market is risk adverse. And right now it feels like the market's getting risk averse and might even stay risk averse, especially after this week's news here in the US about the government reopening. I think we got a lot of that buy the rumor. Everybody bought equities going into this week, sell the fact, and here we are.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I did you justice on a descending. I know you were inverse when you in your thought process with yen, and yen over US, US over yen, but I did my best on a descending triangle for you just now.
There you go. You're doing a great job, Jim. You are a wonderful technician, and yeah, using the inverse, that's basically what I'm looking at. And yeah, we go slicing through that trend line. Next thing you know, the yen is strengthening, and that would suggest to me that the market is risk averse. One of the things about the FX market that I love, and you guys obviously can focus on it with futures, which I do trade some futures, as well. When currencies move, that's big money. I mean, well, it's the biggest market in the world, so that's big money shifting. And when it shifts certain ways, that's kind of it's the tail leading the dog in a lot of respects. So that's why I love looking at yen. I love looking at Swiss franc, especially when you're in an environment like this, when you're looking at equities. It's a Friday. We know it's buy the rumor, sell the news type of market. Market's a little frothy going into, maybe a couple weeks we might get a sell-off before you get that Santa Claus rally. You're really wondering, are we going to reverse here? Are we going to sell off? Are equities going to come down? That's when you start looking at things like the yen and Swiss franc that are suggesting there's a high probability of it now.
And I wanted to ask about the dollar. If you either look at dollar futures or the Dixie, it seems like that $100 level keeps getting rejected pretty hard. We know that the administration would like a softer dollar, but my question is, this last move, is this more that the administration wants, or the invisible hand is pushing this down, or is it because of other currencies in the basket? What are your thoughts on that? Do you know?
Oh, that's a great question, Tracy. Sorry, I didn't mean to step on you there. Jim, I know he could probably draw a little trend line across a bunch of those lows on the dollar index,
Yeah.
and go to the next one up. You're right. Nope, one over. Well, you can use either one of those. It's fine. You just draw a trend line through there.
Yeah.
As you can see, we've got like some support through there, through those lows. And the dollar index, just over the most recent move, we're at the 618 retracement. Now, the question you asked me, Tracy, do I focus just on the dollar, or the dollar index, or what? The dollar's a little tricky at this point. A lot of people think that if the market sells off, we buy dollars, and I believe that to be true. I believe in the Brent Johnson milkshake theory. If you guys aren't familiar with it, it's just the way of really illustrating what it means when the market becomes needy of liquidity. Everybody runs back to the dollar. That's the gist of it, you know. But we're not there. And I always tell our traders, once you're down about 15-20% off the highs, that's when people start to really go, holy crap, I don't want anything but dollars. But we're not there yet, and we're not anywhere near that. There, actually, we're pretty close and not too far away from all-time highs in most indices. So the dollar is still a little tricky. You see the euro is actually a little bit stronger today. The yen is a little bit stronger today. And you know, you got currencies like the Aussie that's weak. You know, the Canadian's a little weaker, and the reason why that is because it's the difference between where interest rate differentials are and where the market sees risk. And you know, the euro is kind of used as a stable type of asset class right now because people are worried about owning dollars or too many dollars with the Trump administration as erratic as they are on trade. So, you know, people look at Europe and say, well, Europe, you know, Europe's not growing and but it's stably not growing. It's growing at no real rate. And there's no real growth prospects, but we don't have to worry about, you know, the ECB going off the rails. And so people will buy euros in a more safe environment, especially with interest rates fairly low with the euro. But there is a point. There is a point where the dollar becomes more of a liquidity type of asset where people just want dollars no matter what. And we're not quite there. That's what makes the dollar index a little bit more tricky, where you see yen strengthening, but at the same time you see the euro strengthening too. If you see the dollar get really perky, if you see the dollar really start to strengthen, that to me is a signal that everybody's just basically hitting the bid and running for safety in the FX market anyway.
Yeah, I mean, has the Eurozone done a better job at taming inflation than here in the U.S., guys?
Yeah, they have, but remember, they're not. It's easier for them. They're not the one. They're not the aggressor in the trade wars, right? So we, being the United States and me being an American as well, you know, we are the aggressors, if you will, and we're the ones that, you know, get hit with all the You know, you can paint the pig any which way you want, but when we have tariffs, we as consumers, as Americans, we're the ones that actually foot the bill. So that's why we got the inflationary pressures. Where Europe, yeah, they have some inflationary pressures. It's going to be kind of a knock-on effect, if you will, of what happening in the United States and the way that we have to raise our prices for certain things. They obviously have to raise their prices as well, or they get hit a little bit as a knock-on effect. But their inflation, even though it is steady to, you know, steady to a little bit stronger, it's not quite as vicious of a cycle as we are experiencing here in the United States.
Yeah, I mean, Shai, what do you think about the inflation situation in the U.S.? I mean, it just seems so sticky for so long now.
Well, it is sticky, and I think that's why we're seeing these central bankers start talking about this a little bit more because, you know, they had a 2% rate. Now it seems more like maybe they're going to accept 3%, even though they're, you know, not going to say that out loud, but that's what they have allowed to happen. And I think a lot of people are getting concerned about that. And we're seeing inflation stickier and stickier. You know, Paulo came out yesterday and said that 55% of the CPI basket is trading, inflation rate is over 3%. Since we don't have CPI data, we have to look for alternative sources right now. And so we are seeing inflation even rising a bit where, you know, we're trying to put the kibosh on that, and that's putting central bankers in a really sticky situation. And that's why we have seen the Fed Watch tool, you know, the percentage of are we going to get a rate cut or not in December go from 90 to 50% over a very short period of time here.
Yeah, Blake, what do you think about that? I mean, FOMC is on the radar screen right now. December 10th isn't that far away anymore. 50-50 proposition at this point. And it's probably I don't know, one of the biggest and correct me if I'm wrong, one of the biggest drivers on a lot of these markets is going to be what the Fed says.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting, Jim. I personally, I think that the Fed, they can come off as saying that they don't have the information, they don't have visibility, so therefore they can't really cut rates because they just can't see. But that's a bunch of crap. How many people does the Fed have, on staff, combing through economic data? They don't need the BLS's number. They don't need the official government number. They got regional Fed governors all over the place, and they pull data from everywhere. So if they needed to cut, they could cut. That means that they are seeing something, right now that is probably suggesting that in these inflationary pressures from, the tariffs, are going to make an effect. I mean, and it's going to have a longer lasting effect. But it also suggests that maybe our U.S. economy is not as dire as people like to believe. I know it's easy to listen to if you guys listen to like some podcasts or watch CNBC or maybe some of the doom and gloomers out there. It's easy to get wrapped up in that. But look, our jobs data hasn't. I know it's starting to show some signs of weakness, but it's not devastating just yet. And I know, inflation is, still pretty strong. So the Fed might indeed have to hold, and there's a good chance they could do that. And equities, they've been buying equities on the heels that we are going to get, multiple cuts going. We're going to get multiple cuts going into the end of this year. And so if they don't, if the market doesn't get what they want come December, you can see the equity markets are starting to price that in right now, and I think it's totally logical that we see S&Ps where we're at right now as a result of all that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Shy.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's continue with this FOMC things a little bit further, because you were talking earlier about the temperature of some of the Fed speakers this week has been not necessarily dovish.
No, not at all. I mean, we've had Kashkari, Mausoleum, a plethora of speakers come out and state specifically that they're worried about inflation. So that tone is, they didn't really talk about whether they were going to vote for a cut or not, but, them reiterating that inflation's too high, obviously the market's going to take that as a very hawkish tone, and that maybe they will hold.
Yeah, well, we will see. So we have a couple minutes left. And by the way, Cooper, I agree with you 100%. Blake is always a great guest. You got some fans in the chat, Blake. So Shai, we got a couple minutes left. Any last minute thoughts for Blake?
Well, I don't know. Let's go. I would love to talk about gold here for a second, because we had a pretty strong rebound, and up to that 42. What was it? Like, it was a 70.6% retrace up to like 42.50 level, let's call it, and now we're down almost 3% today. And so, what are your thoughts on gold and why it is reacting this way, and if it's just because it's a general risk off on everything?
You guys had to talk about gold. I was hoping to avoid this subject, actually.
Sorry.
Yeah, and I do a weekly video. I've been doing it for about 10 years, and I'm one of the things I said at the very end, I'm like, look, as soon as the government reopens, you got to short gold. People have been buying gold on government shutdowns. As soon as they reopen, you just got to short it. And I did, by the way. I shorted gold, and I think I made like 50 handles, and I thought I was a rock star. And here we are, like another 100 lower, and I'm like, wow, all right, that's great. But I think instead of looking at gold, well, we can look at gold. And you're right, Tracy. We basically backed up to a pretty key Fibonacci level. We got near the 78% retracement above the 618. But it's really this underside of this long-term broken trend line that we had been following, like this whole move up. It basically, as you start getting up against that, and you got against those fib levels, it looked like it wanted to reverse. However, I think the bigger asset that I'd be looking at right now is silver. Silver looks like it's got a big double top setting up. And remember, one of the things about silver is we are at, you got to go back to 1980. This is was a 1980, 19 or 2008 or 2009 high. And then that $50 level is just huge. We broke above it. Today's reversal, and now that we're trading literally almost back at $50 and we've given up $4, you're talking about a large double top setting up, or at least really big resistance. You can call it a double top. It really isn't. It's more of just really key resistance. But more specifically, if you just go look at a 60-year chart. Just go zoom all the way out as far as you can go, and go look at the 1980s, back when the Hunt brothers drove silver up to 50. The fact of the matter is we've got some false breakouts and now a big, potentially double top. It's an ugly chart.
Yeah.
Today's price action and yesterday's price action in silver, it just tells me you can't really be long precious metals right now. I know how enticing it is as stocks are coming down and deficits are running amok and U.S. government can't pay its bills. You got to buy gold. Yeah, that is a good trade, but maybe in a couple of weeks after we see a little bit of softness here. So I don't know. It's one of those things that's really scary to me looking at silver.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Blake, thank you so much for being here with us on Ninja Trader Live early on a Friday morning. It's always a pleasure to have you on here.
I love being here. Thanks, guys. And I look forward to the next time that I catch up with you. And you guys have a great Friday, and all your listeners out there. And enjoy.
Love that guy.
I know, he's absolutely fantastic.
He's fantastic, and he's so positive. Sometimes a lot of the folks you see in other places are kind of like a little tense and a little not quite so positive. So that's what I love about Blake.
He's a great guy.
I was going to ask you something before we shifted over to Capital Preservation Friday with PAX, and now for some reason I cannot remember what I was going to ask you. So I might ask you anyway when I'm talking to PAX. So I know you're going to dip into the chat, but awesome start to the morning, and looking forward to talking to you later.
All right, thank you.
There he is, the man. PAX,
old, Jimmy. You're old, dude. You keep forgetting shit that you're going to ask. That means you're old. I do that all the time.
I know. No, it was a good one too.
It was so good you forgot.
Oh man, how you feeling? You look good.
Feel good. I'm short, so it's a good day. I had some gold on just a little bit ago. So this is we have a very interesting tape, a very super interesting. Yesterday's opening range was here. You can't see my charts.
That's all right. Just tell me what to pull up, and we'll kind of cover the big things, and then when we hit the 9 o'clock mark, we'll get over to you.
Well, I don't really know where to start.
All right. Let me pull up. Let's start with the bond chart. And then we'll go to gold. Then we'll go to the equities, just to kind of set the table.
Hold on. He's got me for a second. Talk about bonds in a second, because the bonds are super interesting. That's what I think is interesting. The S&P and NASDAQ right now are, it's perfunctory. It's easy. It's easy peasy lemon squeezy. It's the bonds that I think are interesting in setting up the board for something. So look here's yesterday's opening range in the S&P. Okay, I mean look at so here. This is, I cannot stress the importance. People talk about A+ setups. I never heard of that expression until, I don't know, a year or so ago. A+, what's an A+ setup? I saw that on Twitter. This, my brothers and sisters, is an A+ setup. Here's the opening range, 68.49 to 68.44.75. Now, I came in yesterday sort of bullish. I thought we were going to try to rally, when I was listening to everybody in the morning in the chat, and you get that little thing to vote whether we go higher or lower. I voted high. Oh, we're going higher. Well, the opening range set, and the high of the day was made in the opening range. That's an A+ setup to the short side. So I was aggressive on the short side. I was aggressively selling them. We failed to make that first rotation oh no, we did make that first rotation down pretty easy. Okay, down. We failed to make the second rotation. Came back up into the opening range, and we got fancy. That means, we're looking for an equidistant swing. So I buy the bottom of the opening range, and I buy the top of the opening range. Just one of the ways that we can increase our size without increasing our risk. But however, the market failed at the top. You see, 49 quarter was the top of the OR. I think we made it up to like 50 quarter, and then we 50 half, and then sold back off again. Easy peasy, lemon, fargan squeeze.
So let me stop you right there, Pax. When they, at what point in your strategy, when they sold back off, do you get back in?
Immediately.
Got it.
I've got clarity. I know exactly what the market is trying to do. We had the high of the day was made in the opening range. We talked about that last Friday, and that's bearish, man. And then when we take it out, that looks that all of a sudden that looks to be kind of bullish. And when we fail again, that's so long. See ya. Sell them until your front end rejects them. So I did. And I'm still short. So we came underneath. Now remember, each one of my targets are going to be 2 points wide. So 29.75 is the rotation. It was 29.31. So take profit at 31, sell them under 29. Next rotation 14.75. So 14.16. Boom, bing, bam, all the way down. It was fun. NASDAQ was even weaker. But this was a fun trade and one that keeps on giving. So you leave your prop traders can't do this. You have to flatten by the end of the day. But when you're trading your live account, you got to lead on something, and it's a major technical breakdown. I mean, even last week we were talking about how some damage was done technically to the markets, and then we start to sell off again, right? I mean, Monday, Tuesday, like they say in The Godfather. Remember, Michael. Monday, Tuesday. So, all week long the market tried to push forward. It didn't. It failed.
So Pax, let me ask you, when you got to 6,800, so between 6,800 and 75, we would kind of ping pong back and forth for, 5, 6, 15-minute candles in a row.
Yep.
What are you doing in that segment? Are you
nothing? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. I'm short from the opening range. I've taken profit at 31, sold more at 29. I took profit at 16, sold more at 14. The market never gets back to my entry price, so I don't do shit. This is noise. I take profit at 86, and then we bounce back up to 99L1, and we kind of hover there for a little bit. Every trader needs to know the difference between a move, a wiggle, and noise. Okay? This is a move. A move is like what I consider a move would be at least a ladder rung, certainly 2 ladder rungs. That's a move. So 1, 2, this is a move. Anything between these ladder rungs is noise. I don't trade noise. Some of you guys that scalp are going to be banging away on the scalping machine. I don't do that. I don't know anybody that scalps the futures that makes money long term. I know a lot of people that claim to make, scalping for ticks or a point or two that say that they make a lot of money in the short term, but eventually they'll get run over. They don't protect themselves in every instance, and that is the key. Protecting yourself 1,000 times out of 1,000. Never leaving yourself open to any disaster, because I'm telling you the disaster will strike. It has everybody I've known. So anyway, this is noise. I don't want to trade noise. This is noise. I don't want to trade noise. I take profit at these lines. I add underneath. I don't always do that, but yesterday we did, just because it was such a breakdown. And then take profit down to 67, 50, 54, 56. Sold them underneath, scratched them out. Now, whenever I add to a position, my stops are always at entry. Stops are always at entry. So if I buy 99 right here, 99.01. So I buy 01s first time down, we go 99 offer, I sell them. Here, this bar goes down to 93, I think, 94.5, and then bounces back up. So 94.5, I'm waiting to take profit at 86. Market comes back to my entry, stopped out. Why? Because I need to protect the profit I've locked in here, and my original position up here. So stops are entry here, stops are entry here, stops are entry here. Cannot lose money, cannot possibly lose money. I've locked in profit. Now, the profit I'm using, the unrealized gains, that I can give back. But the money I've locked in, I can't. And that's what I focus on. I'm going to try to use the unrealized gains to make infinite more in markets like yesterday. Got to make hay, my brothers and sisters, when the sun shines. And yesterday, the fucking sun was shining. Um,
All
and
right, all right.
look
There
at
you
the
have it.
schnazzy. Look at the schnazstack.
Yeah.
I mean, man, in your vernacular, mod on to me. Look at this.
You
Oh,
need
two.
you needed more rotations even further down. Look at that chart.
I
That chart's
know.
on your keyboard right now, Pax.
Yeah, I know. I got here. I'll adjust it. Yeah, but here, so you can see the opening range, 25,502 to 25. This was Nasdaq was an even better trade. So there are not too many traders actively trading that have traded as many Nasdaq for their own accounts as I have. Millions of Nasdaq contracts, 100,000 a month in 150,000 a month in e-mini execution commissions, on top of what I did in the big contract. And I hardly ever trade NASDAQ. However, the Ninja Cup that day, I was trading NASDAQ and I was like, oh shit, this is great. This feels like home. So now, I get in the habit of thinking, God, maybe I want to start trading NASDAQ again, which I won't. So look at what a good mood I'm in, when I have shorts from, way higher.
You're always in a good mood.
Yeah,
Wow.
but it's especially today. So 25,469 is the top is the bottom of yesterday's OR. 25,502 is the top. Right on the open, they press higher a couple of ticks and then ba-boom, sell them off. 1, 2, 3, 65 handle ladder rungs in the first hour. Back up to the OR, stop you out. Fail to get to the top. That means when we come back down, you sell them. I know that a lot of you guys talk about wicks. I don't care about wicks. But you sell that's, I don't know what that means. But, but we come back, we get above 469, stops here at entry. We come back above it. You get long, maybe you want to get a little fancy, but we go 469 offer. You're out and you're selling them again. Taking profit at 404. Adding more on 10 points wide in the NASDAQ. So, call it like even to 10, 4 even to 410. So you take profit at 10, sell them underneath even. You're going to take profit at 39 quarters, so call it 35.45. Buy 45s, sell them underneath, and you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ladder rungs yesterday. 7 65-point swings. 7 places to enter for 65 points. If you're not short from the OR, you can sell them at this ladder rung. If you're not short from this ladder rung, you can sell them here. But I don't want to sell weakness. They tell me on Twitter to buy weakness. They tell me not to sell weakness. Yeah, don't listen to them. Sell them underneath here. Take profit here. Now your stops are at entry. So you take, you're nice and easy. You got to be quick, and I'll show you how to do that. It's not easy to do, but utilizing something that we'll talk about in a little bit, utilizing the mini micro spread, the way that I'll show you today, is a great way to do this. So you sell them, take profit, sell them, take profit. If you're not doing that, if you got a small account, you're trading mini micro spread, you sell them, take profit, or maybe even flatten, take the money, sell them underneath there, and do it again. You're just trading ladder rungs. Think about moving up and down a ladder. Not that I'm not a handy person. I'm the least handy man you'll ever meet in your life.
So Pax, let's bigger picture, real quick. We remember that gap we saw on the 15th. It's like, I think it was at 317 was where that gap ended. I know we filled it since then. But it almost looks like that's another destination, kind of from a longer term point of view. I'm wondering if you have any PAX lines down there.
In the NAS?
Yeah.
Let me look.
So it was back on the 15th of September.
Oh my. Oh, I love gaps from far away. Hold on. Let me look at this.
We did have one wick that filled it kind of, but
I see it. Now going back to the 12th. All right, so the 12th, between the 12th and the 15th.
Yeah.
So the gap fills. Oh, that's a great, Jimmy. I would have missed that. The gap fills at 24,159. We get into the gap at 412. Yeah. So pay attention to that. Yeah, I talked about the gap. I tweeted about it yesterday. We had a gap from last Friday at 25,220, which we filled yesterday. 25,220. Now remember these gaps, because the NASDAQ and the S&P always fills their gaps. Might take a month, 2 months. It might take 10 years, but we'll fill the gaps. Now, so we filled. Let me pull up a daily and I'll show you. I got to get rid of these lines, but I don't have it on here. I have it on another chart on another screen. But Jimmy, pull up your chart if we can
okay,
show
let
it.
me get it up.
That's a great point.
So this is just a daily candle right here. I have it highlighted purple. So really the gap is kind of like this all the way over here. We had, we wicked into it twice. So it's not like it wasn't filled technically, but
No.
um,
You got to look at you have to look at RTH. I don't care about wicking into something outside of RTH.
okay.
I only want to see gaps filled during regular trading
Yeah,
hours.
yeah, good point. But that's the level, Pack. So, you could start, that kind of 350 down to I'm gonna just call it around 150, give or I'm off by a few ticks, but that's kind of that destination that I see. And it would be, technically someone would say, "Wow, that's a double bottom, Jim. We got one bottom here on the 10th, and we're gonna hit it again." When I see that though, my alarm bells go off.
You know what's interesting about that is that the S&P did not leave a gap that day. The S&P filled it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So then the Nasdaq just exploded through that level, and this is there's a lot of interesting things about this because that's rollover gap. That right there is the rollover gap
Yep.
that we left. So what that means is that September 12th, Friday, September 12th, we're trading we're trading in the subcontract.
Yep.
Monday, September 15th, we're trading in the DEES contract. And there was that 159. It was a 300-point spread, I think, to 412. So 159 to 412. The S&P filled that gap. The Nasdaq never did, and the S&P's gap was like 60 points, but the SPOOS filled it. So that's interesting, and that shows us that. So that's look at we have quarterly pivots coming up in both the Nasdaq and the S&P. So 66.58 in the SPOO. And in the Nasdaq, it's going to be 24,000. I don't remember. 568, I think. What is it? 24,568. So we have write those down. 24,568, 66.58. So once we get through,
Hang on, Pax. Let me write this one down and let me memorialize this on the chart. Give me this is for the NASI. What is it again?
24,568. 24,570. Make it 70 like 80 because it's I always use 10 points wide.
Yeah. Okay. All right, I got it on there.
Okay, and then underneath that is going to be the gap fill. So underneath 24,568, then we're looking then the next major level that the S&P will or that the Nasdaq will trade to is going to be 24,159. Oh, Jimmy, that's a great pickup, man.
159. I look at this kind of, there's a lot of moogie foogie going on with these tech stocks. I mean,
A lot of moogie foogie.
So I'm going back to the basics. Man, I don't know AI. I don't know any of this stuff. I use Chat GPT to spell check. That's how deep I go into it.
That's hilarious. Hey, you know what else is also there? Is the 100-day moving average, 24,193. I think Tracy pointed that out in chat. Yeah, that's also a great find, you guys. 24,193, Tracy. Great find. You
said 193, right?
193, yeah. A simple moving average with the I don't know what look back I have. Nasdaq. I mean the SPOO. I'm sorry. 24,193 in the Nasdaq, and the S&P 100-day moving average is 100 points below the quarterly pivot is 65.58.
Hang on, let me catch up to you. I'm going to shoot over to the ES right now. Let's get some lines in here if I haven't already have them on there. All right, there's the chart. Let me get my line tool going here real quickly, and we'll paint this on for prosperity.
We have not traded the 100-day moving average since May 12th.
All right, give me those two levels again. Give me the first one first.
24,193.
No, SP.
Oh, the S&P is 66.50. Oh, you want the quarterly pivot?
Yeah.
66.58. Remember, we talked about that last Friday, and we bounced to it. We held it, flattened up shorts, and then we rallied 200 points off of it. But,
my hammer hit it.
Yeah.
Right there, baby.
We're going
to hit it again at this rate.
I just admitted to the entire world that I am the least handy man in the world, and you're talking about hammers. I wouldn't know how to use a hammer if somebody He paid me too. Hey, Pax, nail this in. No, thanks.
Well, that's another reason why I left my 100-year-old McMansion in River Forest, Illinois. Every weekend I was, it was a beautiful house, but every weekend, I'd go, I'd go in the bathroom and, the handle would come off. I'd be locked in the bathroom. It was every weekend, something like that.
Honey, call the handyman.
I'm stuck.
Yeah, I'm not fixing shit like that. I have never done a home improvement project. Never. Like Christmas presents, for the kids when the kids were little. My wife would put them together. I'd lay there sipping eggnog, watching her. Oh, look at that. Oh yeah, if I did it, the shit would fall apart the next day, and there'd always be extra pieces and stuff. And
All right, but a real tree, I don't know how I'm putting these two pieces together, but a real tree or an artificial tree, what happens in Pack's household?
no, that's a fight every year. Every year, real tree for me. My wife likes fake trees. They're, so we used to switch off. Now I don't even bother.
Got it. All
What
right.
about you guys?
We were always real trees, but I downsized, man. I have a nice little cozy cottage-like house here, and I don't have the 10-foot high ceilings anymore. So we either get a really baby tree or do a. We also have or it depends on the mood.
There is my oldest daughter called me the other day. She had she's 28. She lived with her fiance for a number of years, and then they broke up. So she's got her first apartment. She called me and said, "Hey Dad, will you go pick up the weekend after Thanksgiving, will you go pick up a tree with me?" Of course. So like in my mind, I have the day I'm all dressed up like in like in a movie, scarves and hats and shit, and I look Christmassy, dragging my daughter's tree behind me down Broadway in Chicago up to her apartment, and we sit and listen to Christmas music while we trim that tree and get drunk, and I got to Uber home and all kinds of fun shit. We're singing songs. Yeah, and then it smelled like a Hallmark movie, Greg. Only then I wake up and I'm hungover. God bless it. Where in the hell did I park my car? You know, and Monday rolls around. I'm still, I feel like shit. So, I'll take the tree home, put it in the thing. We'll go for dinner and I'll go home.
Awesome.
You have all this shit in your head, the way it's going to work out. It never is the way it is, right?
I know. Well, let's before 9 o'clock. We got a few minutes here. Let's talk about let's go bonds and then gold. I got
Yes.
a bond chart up right now, and I think 2 days ago, this is the candle when you
Bonds.
told Anthony, "Hey, we're gonna be at 119, 120, 121 handle," and you guys kind of had a little bit of an opposite point of view. Yesterday, it looked like T was on the right side of that debate, and now we're right back to where we started from with pretty decent size buying going on in the 30-year.
Yeah, so bonds are the bonds have a big range today, a really, really big range. So Anthony was saying that he didn't think the bonds were a good trade, and I thought that they were starting to get better again. For a long time, bonds were for the last month, couple months, few months, bonds have just been kind of sitting. So the 30-year quarterly pivot in the 30-year is 116 spot 25. We talked about that, I think, the last few weeks. So 116 spot 25. We took it out this morning by, overnight by a few ticks.
Yeah.
And then I don't know what the OR is. Let me look. And then once the opening range set, we started or even before that, we started the rally and we reclaimed that level. We reclaimed 116 spot 25 or, just 116.25 and started the push higher. So now, oh geez, the opening range is 117.20 to 117.21. So we're just a little bit below it. It's actually kind of a bearish open. So from a swing standpoint, I have nothing on it in bonds, but from a swing standpoint, I'd want to be long at 116.25. And with the opening range at 117.20, I would have taken the money and flattened and taken almost a point out of the trade had I had the bandwidth to be able to do that, because it was, that's the opening range. So we set the opening range, we come out of it to the short side, and that's kind of a bearish open because it's basically the high of the day and also possibly overextended. Now if you pay attention to this, traders, if we go 117 spot 21 bid, you're a buyer. I know it's 2 ticks off the high. Who cares? If we go 117.21 bid out of the opening range, you're going to buy them because we have 118.08, and then let's see. Oh my God, I got the ProShares Ultra 10. I don't want that up.
Hey, Pax, when you do opening range on bonds, do you do the New York desk opening range or the stock, the bond dealer opening range or the stock index futures or the stock futures?
Bond dealer opening range, 7:20 Central, 8:20 your time.
Got it.
So that's a great thing about trading the opening range in the infinite wisdom of Leo Melamed and Dr. Richard Sandnor. The opening ranges are staggered. So Eastern time, the bonds and gold open at 8:20. Crude opens at 9, and the indices open at 9:30. And that is when you'll see, the opening ranges are set. That's when the breakouts happen, and that's when you see a significant upturn in volume. I don't have a volume line on my Ninja chart, but I can show you later when we open, or I can tell you. So then above 118.08 is going to be the next level to take profit at. And then we trade back up to 119.19, and that was the high that we set on Fed Day, 119.19. And then above that, the next really major high that we have is like 121 up to 122, that whole general area. If we can get above 122.05, then we'll really take off. So, with the indices weak, you remember the old-fashioned flight to quality or flight to safeties, Jimmy, when bonds would rally, equities would sell off?
Yep.
That kind of changed, I think, with financial repression in 2018. The bonds would rally, SPOOs would rally. Bonds would break, SPOOs would break. And every so often, we will see sort of flashes of those old-fashioned flight to safeties. So rates are coming off a little bit. That means that the bonds are rallying.
Well, and so Pax, me and Shai and Blake talked about this morning. It's like I know this is kind of a global, what you're saying, is just a global statement. But when I see a risk-off day, then you see that inverse correlation. You see equities down, bonds up, Bitcoin down. Gold. Gold's a little different right now, but Swissy franc up, and that's what we saw, I think, this morning.
Yeah, that's exactly, yes. Old-fashioned flight to safety or flight to quality. I don't know the difference, but yeah, one or the other, right? Old-fashioned flight to safety. Where the equities are risk. If it's a risk-off board, capital needs to find a home someplace, right? So they're going to find a safe haven in the franc, in the Swissy. Find a safe haven in the bonds. All right, well, buy them, sell them. Bitcoin is just getting destroyed. Bitcoin failed. It tried to get back above the 200-day moving average that we had talked about. Couldn't. And now, the other day you brought up Carter. So the 200-day moving average is 104.199. So 104.200. And we got below it on the 4th, November 4th, and we churned it. We made a high on the 5th, right at it. Made a high on the 6th and broke right at it. Made a high on the 7th and broke right at it. Got above it a little bit on the 10th on Monday. Tuesday got above it and then got back below it. Now here we go. And you mentioned Carter. Me and John Carter on Twitter, we're kind of talking about it. He said, I'm 80, I'll buy 80s. And I said, yeah, or 85s, I think. I said, yeah, between 75 and 80. And then everybody came in and I'll buy him at 82. And, like bidding him up, all right, well, and Anthony comes in, I'll buy him at 80, but it was already 84 bid. So I told Tony, I said, you're off the market. It was funny. But yeah, no, I mean, I don't want to touch Bitcoin until we get down there. So again, flight to safety. I mean, look at gold. They're liquidating, they're liquidating the metals and liquidating Bitcoin, and they're liquidating indices, and they're putting money in the Swissy, and they're putting money into the bonds. So capital needs to find a home, and that's an interesting tape. That's the interesting tape. Now, and we have the S&P and the Nasdaq opening. I'm not going to trade trend lines, but we're going to open at some long-term trend lines going back to last year, or going back to earlier on in the year's lows. I don't trade those. I'm going to trade the opening range. So if we come out of the opening range to the upside, I'm going to be long. If we come out of the opening range to the downside, I'm going to be short. And if I'm short and we make it down to 66.58, I will take the money. The only place that I would consider reversing is at the quarterly pivots. I am not a good reversal trader, so I normally let those reversals go through. I am looking to sell them underneath 66.58. The traders in my group, some of them will be looking to buy them there. The traders that are better reversal traders than me. Like I said earlier in the conversation, it's more important for me to protect myself 1,000 times out of 1,000 than it is for me to catch every little wiggle.
Stop, Phil.
And so if I get in the habit of starting
Order
to buy
filled.
reversals,
Yeah.
I'm leaving myself open to eventually getting killed. So I don't do that because I'm not good at it.
So, Pax, I just do want to let everybody know that this segment is brought to you and sponsored by the CME Group, where risk meets opportunity. We have so many great asset classes that are liquid. We could trade virtually around the clock at the CME, and that's giving us. It really provides us with opportunity, right? Me and you for decades, right?
Opportunity. Oh my gosh! Holy smokes! CME. I walked down on the floor of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange in 1988. I didn't know a soul. It gave me opportunity in 1988 to be able to build my life and to provide for my family the way that I do, as it continues to do today. So I am eternally grateful for this, for what Leo Malamed built with CME and what Jack Sander and Terry Duffy have taken into the 21st century, and how Terry continues to lead the exchange. Terry's an old friend of mine, somebody who I respect a great deal. And I cannot tell you how grateful I am to be part of this segment that is sponsored by CME. CME literally gave me the greatest, and all of us, the greatest opportunity in the world to not only just manage risk, of course, but to be able to build our lives in the way that we do and the way that we have. I will never forget the very first second that I walked onto the trading floor. And I was so scared. I was so nervous. But, I walked onto that fucking trading floor like God sent me. I walked onto that floor like I was someday going to own that shit. Now, I never did, but I did. I mean, I own my
You
seat.
did. Well,
Yeah.
so Pax, let's talk a little bit about the spread trade. We were talking,
Stop, Phil.
we've been talking about this the last couple of weeks. You've been demonstrating it great the last couple of weeks. Let's continue that. Now, there's a lot of new viewers here as well. There's folks that join the stream and the show all the time, and when we're talking about, and I like to call them the classic, right? The E-minis, the classic contract, and the micros. And they've been around a while, but they're relatively newcomers here. And you could spread those two. And I know you're going to demonstrate it later, but let's talk about what it is.
Okay. So it's trading a spread gives you the trading the.
Well, let me start you off. So the idea is to take a position in one market and then the opposite position in another market. Now, there's all sorts of different kinds of spreads. There's intermarket, intraday.
Yes.
But we're specifically right now we're thinking about let's just say the E-mini S&P and the micro S&P, right? They're really the same market, but they're different markets, right? They're independent of each other, but the basis is the same of these two markets. And I'm going to use the word fungible. They're fungible, right? So you could offset positions with the smaller size contract once you have a bigger size position, and it gives you the ability to scale in and out very precisely.
Yes. So. Okay, I'm trying to think it like you said earlier to keep it basic. So I'm trying to think.
Well, no, it's okay. I mean, I'm
basic.
I just kind of set the table of what it is.
Yeah. Okay.
And
So-
we're going to see you in action in a minute, but at 9:30. But in the meantime, you could talk about the dome, how it's going.
Okay, so spread trading was not something that I ever did. I was never good at it. I tried trading the NASDAQ S&P spread a few times, and every time I did, my brain would race, my thinking would race, and I would lose control of my trading. Like, oh my gosh, how many it was 5-1, right? So if I bought if I bought a 5 lot in the S&P and wanted to spread it off if I bought a 5 lot in the Nasdaq, I wanted to spread it off in the S&P, it was a 1 lot. So I don't know what the ratio is now. So that was my first introduction in trading spreads. So it's kind of a hedge, right? You're gonna, I'm long, or in this case, I'm short S&P, and so I want to make sure that I've got an opposite position on in a market that's correlated. So the best traders in the Nasdaq actually were in the Nasdaq pit were Nasdaq S&P spreaders. I never figured out how to do that. I traded the Nasdaq exactly like I trade now. Opening range break. Well, when I was doing really well, opening range breakouts, trading my targets. When I started to screw myself up and spin my wheels, I was selling rallies and buying breaks and getting run over like every other schmuck. So, after a few years, I had left the floor, started a prop group. That didn't work. 08 and 09, everybody died in my life. My mother, my sister, my mother-in-law, lost the prop group, lost millions of dollars. It was terrible that year. 08 happened, right? Business changed, life changed, things changed, I changed. So I had gone into the hog pit to like revitalize my career. The hogs were the last great pit on the floor at the Merc, the hogs and cattle. And in there, I had to earn the respect of the other traders. They didn't want a well-capitalized big trader from the NASDAQ coming in there, but I took my time. I gave myself the gift of time. I gave myself the gift of time to learn how to trade small in the hogs, to learn how to, scalp a little bit, to learn how to take intraday positions, what worked, what didn't, opening range kind of thing. And then one of the traders kind of took me under his wing and started to explain to me the basis of calendar spreads in the ag markets. And that's when the power of spreads really, like the idea of it really went off. I mean, in my head, you can trade spreads, in the ags or in the commodities, very much like you do the S&P. There's a bid, there's an offer, and you choose the prices and you move on. But the traders that made the most money trading those sorts of spreads traded the different months in a very similar way that I decided to adapt to the mini micros. Yeah. And this is something that we do in my group and something I think I came up with. I don't know anybody else that has come up with it outside of me. And I pioneered the whole idea.
So Pax, just to interrupt. So what we're talking about here is if you are, let's say you're long one S&P contract, one mini S&P contract, right? And you decide to sell 5 micro S&Ps, then your net position is long one half of a big contract, one half of a E-mini S&P. So you have a fractional position, even though you have a long position and a short position.
Yes, but don't look at it that way. So if you sell a 1 lot in the S&P, and then you're going to buy a 1 lot to cover it, you've got to be right, and you're leaving yourself no options. You have no options. You sell one and we're trading at 99. You sell one at 66.99, and the market breaks a little bit. You get a little nervous. You buy it at 97. The next trade is 66.58, and you left a couple of $1,000 on the table with the 1 lot you never had any risk on. So that's frustrating, and you wind up taking 2 or 3 points out of the trade. You get a little aggravated about that, and then chop yourself up and all that other shit, right? So if you sell 1 lot at 99 and the S&P breaks to 98, I trade out in quarters because I want to leave myself opportunity to be able to, I want to make sure I take profit along the way. I stage out of my trade. I'm all in it, but then I stage out of it in 25% increments. So if I sell one S&P at even and the S&P goes to 98, I'm not going to buy it at 2 points, but if the S&P goes to 96, I'll buy 2 minis. So now I'm short 1, long 2. We go to that next rotation at 85, I buy 2 more micros. Now I'm short 1 mini, long 4, or I'll buy 5 because at that point I want to be short half my unit. So now I'm short 1 mini, long 5 micros. Now I'm not really long 5 micros. My net position is I'm short a half a mini, or I'm short 5 micros left. So I'm going to trade out of those in micros. This gives me opportunity. This gives me options. This, trading out in the spread like this gives me multiple profit management options along the way. If I sell one, I buy one, I'm out of options. I'm going to have to reinitiate that trade. If I sell one and buy two, buy five, all the way down, and then now I can leave a runner on. Yesterday's opening range was 68.49. You're short one from 68.49, and you're going to, one mini, and you're going to buy that mini at, 30.31 because you took 15 handles swing out of it. Well, that's good. Now what are you going to do? If you're trading out in micros, you still have one or two on, and you've got options, and you still have a running position. You've got runners. You've got a position running where you have absolutely no risk on it, and you have 140. No, you got, where are we? We're at, 140 points into the trade. Yeah. So you see how that works? You've got runners on. Now you want to learn how to add to your positions. All of this shows you and teaches you the theory behind learning how to add to your positions. Because again, let's use yesterday's here, we're going to use yesterday's chart as an example. You can see my charts, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So yesterday's chart, you come out of the opening range and you sell one mini at 44.75. You pay for your trade by buying two at 29.75. Okay. Now, and then you're not building a long position, you're taking profit. Okay.
So you're buying 2 micros, right?
2 micros, right? Sorry. And then you buy another 2 at 14.75 or 16. Now you're short 1 and you're long 4, but you're not really long 4. You are short 6 micros. You make now, hey, listen, if we take out, maybe you've got big support, it's 68 even, it's a big round number, or it's just the fact that it's another 15 in a rotation. You get down here. I don't know how to do that. How do you turn on your crosshairs, Jimmy?
So at the top of the menu bar there, hang on, let me catch up to you on my machine. On the top of your chart.
Oh, who cares? I was rolling here. So
Okay,
listen, so what the fuck? I don't even know where the fuck I was.
You took 2 off, you took 2 micros off, you took 2 micros off again, and then you took 2 micros off again. So we're
Okay, so now you're short 1. God bless it. You're short 1 at 44.75, short 1 mini, okay? You're long 2 micros, you're long 4 micros, you're long 6 micros because you're buying them 2 lots all the way down. Now, if you traded a 1 lot here at 44.75, you're covering it here, okay? Okay, you're all following me, or did I fucking lose you?
Keep going.
God bless it. That aggravates the piss out of me.
Sorry, my bad.
So listen, you're short here. Now you're long 2, you're long 4, you're long 6. You want to learn how to add to your position. You're going to just simply sell your micros. Okay. Now you're flat micros.
Yeah.
Capiche? Okay. Yeah. You're short 1 from 44 handles above. You covered your micros at 99. You're lost. Where are you lost? Perone, where are you lost? I want to know where you're lost. So come on, you said you're lost. Start typing in the chat. Do you guys have any? I'm going to stop here. Do you have any questions? In the chat, I want to read your questions.
So, all right. So Kaz says, all right. So Kaz, let me kind of repeat what Pac said. He gets short 1 mini S&P, and then when it hits his first target, he'll buy 2 micros. So his net short position now is 0.8, 80% of a big contract, right? He's got 2 positions on still, but that's his net position.
Yeah, you know what? Write the shit down. When I'm talking about it, write it down.
Okay. All right, so hang on. And so it gets to his next level. He'll buy 2 more micros. So he'll have 4 micros on. He'll be short 1 E-mini, but his net position then is only 60% of his initial position. So he's scaling out of his exposure as he goes down. And he'll add on according to his his methodology and we'll see it live at 9:30 if it hits his rotation zone.
Does that make sense? Look, listen, the reason we're doing this every week is because it's not easy to understand.
Yeah.
And it takes a long time to be able to let this sink in. So you gotta, when I'm talking about it, I should have said this in the beginning of the segment. Please take notes. This isn't, look,
And it's so much easier. It'll be way easier to understand once you actually put some trades on packs, because then you could actually see, you could see the positions on the dome. You could see, how you add and take off positions. It'll be a lot easier once we hit that 9:30 bell.
Right, exactly. Which is why I'm going to be doing this. So listen, I got to tell you, I said this to my traders yesterday. I get aggravated when I talk about this shit. This is not all sunshine and rainbows here. Okay, this is the absolute greatest job in the world. CME created the greatest thing that CME and CBOT has created the greatest thing that any of us can ever do. There is no place in the world that people like me, some Irish Croatian kid from the south side of Chicago can go to and become rich, and to then find out all of the things that I have found out about myself through the years. This job demands absolute rigorous honesty. This job demands a level of self-possession that most people will never, ever understand. This job requires a level of concentration and a level of self-confidence that most people will never understand. That's why it's important that we do the same things in our lives all the time. And I take my responsibility to all of you very, very seriously, which is why on Twitter, I tell the truth about my experience. I don't sugarcoat shit, because I get trolled all the time for people telling, when I talk about don't buy dips, don't sell rallies, don't pick tops, don't pick bottoms. You're better off buying them on the way back up than you are on the way down, and people, because no, on Twitter this morning, I talked about Capital Preservation Friday. Many of us have had big weeks this week. Take that money out of your trading accounts. Manage your tax accounts the right way. Please consult a CPA that knows what they're doing with Section 1256, of the IRS tax code, where futures are taxed differently, so that you are prepared. Don't size up just because you made money this week. That's a passport to poverty. Do yourself a favor and learn how to trade the spread. You don't go trade 4 lots just because you can. Trade 2 lots and trade out in 20 lot micros. Yeah. Trade a 1 lot and trade out in 2 lot micros. Yeah. You give yourself opportunity. Not only do you give yourself opportunity, you give yourself options. Trading 1 lots and 2 lots, you have no options. You got to be right on every trade. Nobody's right on every trade.
Yeah, and Pax, Paulo in the chat in one sentence really describes what's going on. And let me read it to you. He says, he is just simply reducing risk by taking the other side of the trade with a smaller contract.
But I'm not taking the other side of the trade. I'm taking profit.
Well, in your case, right, because you're peeling off, right? You're peeling off a percent of the trade.
Yeah. So, if you sell a 4 lot, because remember I trade out in quarters, you sell a 4 lot at 44.75, you buy 1 to pay for your trade, you take profit on another one, you're short 2. Does that mean that you're short 2, long 2? Because you bought 2? Right. It doesn't, right? You're taking profit. So your front end is just going to show you short 2. Your ninja is going to show you short 2. Now, likewise, if you sell a 1 lot, let's just stick with 1 lot since that's what we're talking about. You buy 2, your front end is going to show you short 1, long 4. You're not really long 4. You are long, what? Yeah. What did you say? 0.6? You're long a half a mini. You're short a half a mini, or you're short 5 micros because you're trading out in micros at that time. Once you flatten up, you don't want to carry a runner. You take profit all the way down. You're long 1, you're short 1 here. You take profit 2, you're short 1, long 4. You take profit 2 more, short 1, long 6, and then you flatten up down here. So you're short 1, long 10. Again, you're synthetically flat, but you have the ability, you still have options. Because let's say the market takes out a lower level and you still want to be short. You want your front end to show you short from your original price at 44.75, not at 54. So we go through 54. You sell out the 10 that you were flat, and you're still short one from 100 handles higher, and now you can trade out of those. Lot of different options, and it takes a while, and you will never understand this in one episode. You will never understand this in 2 episodes. You will never understand this in 3 episodes. 90% of you are going to fail. So why 90% of traders are going to fail? So why do I want to think like 90% of traders? I don't. I want to think differently. And this is thinking differently. And if you think you're going to get it in a 15, 20-minute long segment, you're high. Give yourself time. As I said earlier, give yourself the gift of time. If this is new to you and it doesn't make any sense to you, show up again next Friday. If this is new to you and it does start making sense to you, trade it on the simulator. Do not try to be a hero. Give yourself time. Give the market your time, not your money. How many times have you guys said, those of you who have lost a bunch of money, it's tuition. I spent a lot of money. I lost a lot of money, but it's tuition. No good. You want it. It's not tuition.
Hey, Pax.
You just got the best simulator in the world. Utilize it.
Hey, Pax. Let me pop up my screen right now. I just did a simple table to kind of really make this a little bit easier. So if it, right where my crosshairs is, you're long 1 E-mini and you don't have any micros on, right? You're long 1 E-mini, you have no micros on. Your net position is +1. If you still have one, let's say you're long 1 E-mini still, and you take 2 micros off, you sell 2 micros. I'm sorry, you sell 2 micros. Your net position is your 0.8 long E-mini. You're still long. You take 4 micros off. Your net position is 0.6. You're still long. You take 6 off. Your net position is 0.4. So that math, hopefully, when you see that, you can see how you're reducing your risk, or if you're doing the opposite, adding to your risk, because these are the same basis of these markets. They're fungible. And this is kind of
Order filled.
and this is the net result of what would happen in a successful trade without add-ons, the way that PAX does it. Does that help?
Yeah, I think it does. Somebody asked, why don't you just sell 10 micros? Go ahead. You will pay so much money in commissions, you will destroy yourself. You're going to pay as much in commissions on 1 micro almost, it's cheaper, but you'll pay 1 micro as much as you pay 1 mini. So it's more cost effective to trade in minis and out micros. That's the reason. And that's a very good question. So if you trade 1 lot and 2 lot micros, you're going to be trading you're going to be paying a ton of money in commissions. And believe me, I don't count commissions. I mean, at the end of the year, I hate looking at what my commissions were, but I don't count them. It's if you're trading 6 lot micros, if you're trading anything below 10 lot micros, you're trading on the simulator with commissions. So learn how to do this. I'm telling you, it's a great way of doing it. Now, I don't like looking at my commissions at the end of the month, quarter of the year, but, commissions are the cost of doing business, right? But commissions matter in the aggregate. Believe me, I paid $150,000 a month in E-mini commissions when I was on the floor in the NASDAQ pit. And that shit, I would think, it doesn't matter. It's a cost of doing business. Yeah, well, when you make $1.5 million and you spend $1 million, it's not exactly fun. Or,
Yeah.
50,000 and you spend 20, it's not fun. So you got to learn how to minimize your commissions. And this is one way.
Yeah. So we have about how much time's left before the bell rings? A little bit
7
over 5 minutes here. Are you queuing up? Are you going to be queuing up the E-mini S&P, right?
Yeah, right here. So, so right here on my DOMs, this is the E-mini right here. So I'm going to trade in here and I'm going to trade out here. Now, let me bring my chart back up to speed here.
Yeah. And when you do, let me know if you've seen anything pre-bell.
I don't care about pre-bell. I'm going to wait for the market to open. The only thing I would care about pre-bell is my flatten zone. So remember, I've got 4 screens up. This is just one of them. I've got positions on in the screen up and to my right. So you might see me look up to my right, and because I'm gonna I've got bids in at 66.59 to cover my shorts in front of the quarterly pivot. Okay, now the existing shorts that came in with from yesterday's opening range and from my ads along the way. But for today's purpose, we're going to be trading the E-mini micro spread. I'm going to trade. Should I trade 1 lots and trade out in 10 lot micros, or should I trade 2 lots and 20 lot micros?
Whatever you're comfortable with, my friend.
Well, I was going to trade 2 lots, but we talked about 1 lots, so maybe I should just do that. What, Chet? Should I trade? Do you want me to see trade two lot minis and trade out
2 and 20, 2 and 20 packs?
Yeah, but I got to make sure that those aren't the traders in my group. Or do you want me to trade 1 lots? Okay, 2 lots are more fun. 2 lots are definitely more fun. All right, so I'm going to trade
2
out.
lots are more fun, especially with Pax's money.
Yeah. I'm not going to trade out in 100 lot micros. Now, I mean, again, you're killing yourself in commissions. And if you're trading 10 lot minis, you've got plenty of opportunity to be able to manage your positions. So this whole thing boils down to options. If I'm trading 10 lots and I'm going to trade out in 100 lot micros, I mean, I still have the same amount of options with 10 lot minis. You see what I mean? I don't need to trade out micros. If I'm trading 1 lots or 2 lots, I have no options. That's the whole thing here. I need to leave myself options to take profit along the way and to learn how to add. That is the entire power of this. I feel like Gavin Newsom right now with my hands. But that's the entire power of this is you need to leave yourself options in order to learn how to manage your positions. You need to leave yourself options in order to learn how to add to your positions. And I don't think I'm going to try to add today. I'm going to do. I'll look at it differently. Sven, if there was 666 contracts at 60, I would be concerned. Who cares? All right, so that's something important. I don't care about this. Oh, you can't see this on my domes. I can, but here, I don't care what is on the size of the bids and the offers. Except from the standpoint from it's thin, so if it's thin, I'm going to trade smaller unless I have clarity, like we were talking about in the beginning of the segment, if we have an A plus setup, if the high of the day is made in the opening range, and we come out on the first attempt, I'm going to size up. I'm not going to do that today because I'm going to trade 2 lot and 20 lot micros, but normally I would, if I'm trading 4, I'll go to 8, and boom, sell them because the market's giving me clarity. I know what the market is trying to do. I'm taking real-time information to make real-time trading decisions. I'm not using lagging information to try to guess where the market's going to go.
Hey, Pax, really quickly, if at the top of your chart, there's an arrow pointing toward in the middle of the little button, there's an arrow pointing straight, go to the left, no, up, yeah, a little higher. The very top menu bar on the chart. So right next to where it says 15-minute.
The very top, yeah, here.
Okay, now move over to the right a little bit till you see that little arrow that points up. Keep going, a couple more. There you go. Click on that. Now you could change it to a crosshair if you want. Either the local one or whatever one you want. All right, there we go. Does that mess you up on your trade? The way you trade?
No, because I don't trade on my charts. But what does this show people?
Well, because depending on what resolution you're watching the show at, it might be easier to see the level when you're pointing.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's all. You can go back to. I just wanted to show you where that was.
Tell me next time. Tell me before we're right in front of the open, so I'll retain that information.
All right, there we go. I'll remind you.
Right now, I'm thinking.
I'll remind you.
Buddy. I got to do before the market opens.
I'll remind you.
All right, here we go. Oh, that's a good point too, James Robert Wright. Most people are trading $50,000 prop accounts with $2,000 max drawdowns. 1 mini is too much, no matter how you trade it. Really, 1 mini is too much on a $2,000 drawdown. Here's another thing. If I'm trading 4 lots, I should never ever spend more than $800. If I'm trading a 1 lot, if I'm trading a 1 lot mini, I should never spend more than 200. Period. So if you guys are trading a $50,000 prop account and you're losing $2,000, you're doing it really wrong. On a 1 lot, you should never, on any given day, spend more than $200. Period. End of story. I mean, seriously, like if you're losing more than $200 trading one lots, you are doing it very, very wrong. Somebody wants you to reset and pay more money to keep doing it. Please take it easy. Don't risk that kind of money. Come on. All right, we got 30, 40 seconds left, okay? If you're trading a two lot, you should never spend more than 400.
30 seconds left, baby.
Yeah. So do some box breathing. Those of you in my group, remember, lower your heart rate, lower your blood pressure, calm your mind so that you see everything in the domes in slow motion when everybody else sees it chaotically. 20 seconds. Ten. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Open. Manaya. Here we go. I don't know what the opening print was. It doesn't matter to me. Okay. All right. Now remember, I'm trading the breakouts from the opening range. Ooh, this is kind of a bullish open so far. 90 quarters is the low of the opening range. 90 quarters is the low of the day. If 90 quarter holds, then it's bullish. If 90 quarter doesn't hold, then it's just an opening range.
Hey, Max, Pax, your chart's not updating here.
It will.
Okay.
Oh wait, yeah.
There you go.
Okay, I didn't see the opening range. 97.75 is the top, or 97 quarter is the top. 90 quarter is the low. All right, so if we, it's neither bullish nor bearish. It looked like 90 quarter that we were bouncing off of that, so that was kind of bearish. Oh, what the fuck did I sell? All right, sold though. I sold 90, 80. I sold them bad. 75 quarter is, all right, I'm out. Shit. Fuck. All right. What's the pain line, you guys? 90 quarter, it's 88 quarter. I'll sell those. Oh, it's too late. All right, so now I got to wait for the rotation. I sold them at 89.75. I didn't sell them at 90 quarter. So I put in a scratch stop, scratched the trade out. Now it's kind of working a little bit. 88 quarters is what we call in my group the pay line. I could have shorted those. I missed that. So I'll wait for 75 quarter. Now listen, those of you who were short from yesterday in my group, remember 66.58 is the flatten zone. 66.58, the quarterly pivot is our flatten zone. And if you want to take a long there, you can. Capiche? Okay. Now I won't, but you guys can. All right. So those you, God bless it. Who needed that? Who needed that? Oh, well, we're not at the rotation anyway, but it sure looks like we're going there. All right, so I missed my trade. So now I wait for 75 quarter, or I wait for the market to come back to the opening range. Hands off the mouse. Hands off the button. NASDAQ, let's take a look at the NASDAQ. Oh boy. NASDAQ opening range. This is a bearish opening range in the NASDAQ. Already at the first rotation. All right, now, those of you in my group, 75 quarter. So you 75.77, 75.77, 75.77. All right, now I got to pay for them. Short two. Let's see. Ideally, I'd like to pay from it at the next rotation at 60 quarter. I need to get my glasses fixed. These numbers are very, very small at this point.
Pax is short 2 classic E-minis, 2 large E-minis at 77.
Yeah. So ideally, I'd like to pay from it in front of that level at 62. So 60 is the 75. Okay, now listen. 75 is the rotation. Okay. So you take profit at it and then you sell them underneath it. So I sold 77s. If I was trading my own stuff and I can see it a little bit better on horizontal screens, I would have sold 77s and 75s. I didn't. I just sold 77. So now I need to pay for my trade and take profit on them. So I'm going to do that now. There. So now I'm short 2, long 5. I'm not really long 5. I just paid for my trade. I removed my risk at 71.75. So I took 6 points off the table to remove my risk. So now I'm short 15 micros. See? Short
Yeah.
2 gives me 20 micros. Long 5 gives me 15 micros. I am short 15 micros, and I'm working a bid down here at 62. Now we go 62 off, or we're right in front of the flatten zone. So actually, I've got bids in at 66.59 to flatten up. I've got a pretty big position coming in from yesterday, so I will flatten up there, and then we go. But I'm not gonna. I should fucking probably do that here too, just to show everybody how to do it right. All right, now if I get stopped out here, it's options. Here's another thing. Let's see if I get stopped out of my minis, because then I'd be long 5. So I've got options. We failed to get to this rotation. What's the NASDAQ do? Did the NASDAQ make the second one yet? No. 718 is the NASDAQ opening range. NASDAQ made it down to 653 this rotation, just under it, like the S&P is. Okay, so they're trading kind of in unison. All right. Another point. Anything between my stop and the target at 6, anything between this rotation and this rotation is noise. I don't care about this banging back and forth between 75 and 72 and 76 and wherever it is. It's noise to me. I don't trade noise. My stop is in, I'm out. Now I'm long 5. Put my stop in there. Cancel the bid here. Let's see what we're going to do. Because now we go back 77 offer. I'm going to sell back the 20 micros, and I've already paid for my trade. Now, here's an important concept: options. Okay, so now I'm long 5. I will. If we go 90 quarter bid, I want to be long. So I'll buy 2 minis plus I'm long 5 micros. Isn't that nice? I've got a double. I've added to my size without adding to my risk. Now we come back down through 77. I will sell them back, and I've already paid for my trade. See, it's confusing. I want to be fancy. Come on, straighten these out. Okay, I'm not fancy, so whatever. All right, I'll buy 94.75s. So 90 quarter. Anybody did you guys get fancy? Did you buy 90 quarters? If you did, you're out. I think you just got stopped out, didn't you? Okay, let's see. 97 Qs. 97 Qs is the top of the opening range. All right, I'm gonna buy my shorts in. If we go 97 quarter bid, I'm gonna buy my shorts in from yesterday too. We get above today's opening range.
So PAX is long 5 micros right now.
Yeah. Those of you in my group, I have a buy stop at 97 and a half to get flat. So see, I've added to my size without adding to my risk. So now I'm long 5 micros. I should actually put my stop here to ensure that I take profit on them if we go underneath the OR. God bless it, dude. I can't. Okay. No, I sold those too fast. Shitty sale. I fucked that up pretty good. What's the top of the NASDAQ OR? Top of the NASDAQ. Oh, the NASDAQ is above its opening range. NASDAQ's giving us an equidistant swing. Ooh, here we go. All right, I covered my shorts from yesterday. That was a great fucking trade. And now I'm long 2 flat here. So I'm long 2. Okay, now stop goes in. Can't lose money. Rotation on the upside. Oh, motto, and I got stopped out. I got the NASDAQ up. We got to get rid of that NASDAQ. Build again. Okay, so real-time information to make real-time trading decisions. Now, there we go. Scratch stop in again. Now, equidistant swing is going to be roughly 67.12. So I've got clarity.
Long
right?
two minis.
Yep. I've got clarity. I know that the market is going to trade up to 67.12, and if it doesn't, it's going to fail. We're going to sell the shit out of them. But right now, nice and long, I'm going to put an offer in at in front of 12, so make it 10 to pay for my trade, and then I'll take profit above it. So here we go. So those of you in my group, I'm out of my shorts from yesterday. Flat ski, baby, flat ski, great trade. That puts me in a better mood again. Stopped out here. Okay, flat. We're back in the opening range. No harm, no foul. Didn't lose any money. Uh-oh, I missed my re-entry. I don't like pullbacks, but I want to get this so I can show you. And besides, it's pretty obvious that the market is trying to rally. See, that's why I don't like pullbacks. They're immediate fucking expenses. Don't take pullbacks. Wait for it to come back up through it. Now, if we fail here, this would be a big failure.
Fail meaning go below the opening range.
Yeah. Pop, pop goes Louise. Oh, you son of a bitch. This is a fast tape and choppy. We are 10 minutes into the day, and all we got was that one paid trade to the downside.
Dude, we have 481,000 contracts traded already.
Yeah. And we're not doing anything really. Now pop, you son of a bitch. If I was trading my own stuff, I would not be trading right now. I'd wait, but I'm trying to illustrate this spread to you guys. And all I'm doing is chopping my fucking self up. Now go. Buy them, you. There we go. Uh-oh. All right, now I got 40 to trade out of. So there, I sold 5, pay for the trade. So, I should, all right, so now I got 40 to trade out of. I shouldn't do that. That's too many, right? Yeah. Actually, why not? All right, so I'm back to being even. So there now, instead of buying 4, I bought. Let's just say I bought my 2. Okay, so so I paid for my trade, and I'm long 2, short 5 again. So I got the spread on. Now the market comes back down, stops me out, and there, no harm, no foul. Now I'm long 5. Now I'm short 5, so I got a scratch stop in there. Oof, that's not a scratch stop. That's a scratch stop.
Yeah, so the beauty of that was you scratch stopped on the mini, and then the micro kept running, and now you got a winner on the micro.
Yeah. If we fail to achieve this equidistant swing rotation, I mean, we got a little bit more than 15 handles out of it. But what's the equidistant swing? Those of you in our group, what's our equidistant swing? Oh man, I could have bought them, and I'm looking at the chat. All right, Greg, give me the price. So 97 quarter would be 17 quarters equidistant swing. Okay. Now, equidistant swing, full gluten. That's funny. Not gluten-free. He's full gluten. So full gluten, an equidistant, what the market does on the downside, the market will do on the upside, and it will do so in equal measure. Not all the time, but usually. So we broke 20 points. The bottom of the opening range is 90 quarter. We broke down to 70 half. So that's 20 points. So the S&P, now we're above the opening range. So the S&P should trade up to 97 quarter, up to 17 quarter. What the market does on the downside, the market will do on the upside, okay? All right, now what's the pay line? 97, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh shit, I missed that. Okay. So I want to be precise in my entries so I can be precise in my exits. And, and I was looking at the chat, so I missed my entry. Oh, geez, I thought I just did something I didn't mean to do.
We hit 67.12 quarter. What do you do?
I'm going to buy them there. We go. So remember, all right, now those of you in my group, if you guys are over trading this, you're long. But if you're not over trading this, you're waiting. So 10, 12, no, it's 12 quarters. So 10, 12, 11, 13. So have your offers in at 11 and we go 13. We go 11 bid, buy them. We go 13 bid, buy more, add to them. So here you see this 12 quarter crosshairs. See the crosshairs? Yeah. 12 quarter. I see why the crosshairs are handy. 12 quarter is going to be the that 15 handle rotation. So we always use 2 points around that level. So 11, 13. If you are long, you're going to take profit at 11. If you're flat, you're going to buy 11s and you're going to buy 13s. Trade with the algos, not against them. And then also you're going to pay for those at 17 on the EQD, on the equidistant swing.
I know. Type it in again. I'm lost in the chat. I am following PAX for sure, but I think you're referring to a different comment that I am not seeing.
Who, me?
No, I know nothing ER.
Huh?
Someone in the chat.
Oh. Wait, I'm missing it. What's he asking?
Well, he's referring to a comment a few comments ago, and I, scrolling. When you're old and you got a black background, takes a little effort to see stuff.
So the Nasdaq has made its first 65 handle rotation. The S&P struggling. I'll go 11 bid. So I cut my size. I bought one. I'm going to buy another one at 13. I want to buy them as they're going bid. See, get the edge. Okay, I missed it. But I got one on, so now I got to change my quantity here. I'm going to pay for these. Euripides, I pay for these at equidistant swing 17. The reason is because that's the equidistant swing. And that is what the S&P needs to give us. And if we go 17 points above, if we go 17 quarter bid, then we've got the 20 handle rally that we're looking for on the equidistant swing. And Jesus Christ, Lord have mercy. I shouldn't have said that. I just got stopped out. I didn't even see us trade 11. Shit. Well. I don't chart. Do you see me making trades on charts?
He's goodness. You could get hit. By the way, folks, we'll go ahead and cut and paste that link into the chat if you want to learn about the indicators PAX is using, right? His opening range settings. You could have them on the NinjaTrader desktop platform. We'll get that link typed in for you guys, but you can see the levels painted on the chart right there.
Okay, so listen, we go 17 quarter bid. You got to be buying more. You got to buy more. Another 20 points. All right, there, got him. All right, now, oh shit. See, that sucked. Now go, Gophers. All right. So the S&P is working towards the second ladder rung. Second 65 handle ladder rung. All right, now I got to pay for these. We are going to target now 27 in the S&P, 27. So 26, 28. God, I can't see these numbers. All right, there. So I'm long 2 and I'm working to sell 5 at 26. Holy shit, gold is dangerous on the dance floor. Gold was just trading at last time I looked was at 40.50.
Yeah, it's this market is shifting from risk off to risk on in a not so subtle way.
Yeah. I use
But
scratch stops on my entries at all times. So I'd rather miss a move than to lose money.
he's long two right now. He's got to stop at his entry level. Oop, there you go.
Oh God, that was terrible. I would rather miss a move than to lose money. See? So you go 17 quarter bid back down. Okay, now we come back down to this this ladder rung here at 11 at 12 quarter, 11:13. You've got trade selection again. I'm not going to fade the opening range, so I will not sell them underneath it, but I will buy them. I do not fade the opening range ever, except for, like if we would have made it down to 66.58, that's the only place that I would reverse at. How low do we just make it now? What the hell are my charts?
Yeah, Saber. His levels are based on
Shit.
the opening range, and you don't, if you, it doesn't matter if you use range bars or candle because the range bar might not match up anyway. So by placing the levels right on the chart, it tells you what the number is.
Geez, I thought we'd be busy. All right, so now we're back down to 11:13. I can buy 11s if I'd like. I don't like pullbacks. I've already shown you why I don't take pullbacks. There, I'd rather see it trade to it and then get above it. Now, let's see if it holds. I'm not doing that. Okay. There, got him again. So I want to pay for these at 17 equal distance swing. I'd like to see a market make a move here. All we're doing is just chopping around doing guts. I got help. If I was in my group and my traders, I would not be trading at this point. This is not worth money. You hesitate. You're left holding nothing. You're left holding nothing.
Trying to get the 12s, right?
Yeah, 11s. Try to get the 11s. I didn't really try to. I could have. Yeah. I put it in as they were going bid, and I was a little bit late. I can buy these. Now give me that 27 ladder rung. I cancel my offers yet. Give me these right here. NASDAQ is golly. NASDAQ is again a better trade. 1, 2 ladder rungs working towards the third. NASDAQ is working towards 950 tree here. And the S&P can't get to the second one. The NASDAQ is working towards a third ladder rung, and the S&P cannot get to the second one. That was a great fucking trade yesterday. Yesterday was great. And a great cover on my part, covering at the opening range.
Yeah. Well, that was great demonstration, Pax.
Well, it'd be great if it was profitable, but I keep getting scratched out of shit.
Yeah, so, but that's part of it, right? I mean, that's
Yeah, on days like this, this is it's okay. So 2 ways of looking at it. It's kind of a reluctant rally, meaning the market comes. I always use scratch stops. So the market comes down to my entry price, scratch me out, go. I don't like pullbacks, and and if I'm sitting there with a bid in for a pullback, I showed you a couple times earlier. You buy 97 quarters. You miss the 97 quarters, 8 bid, 9 bid, even bid. You're working a bid at 97 quarter. They come down and get you. It's 94 offer in a second. So if you get a pullback, it's almost always an instant expense. But in markets that are struggling to make a move one way or the other, you buy 11s, 13 bid, 14 bid, 15 bid, scratch out at 11, 20 bid. You buy 17 quarters, 18 bid, 19 bid, 20 bid, back down, scratch you out. They're going to trade the rotation. That's kind of it's real time. It's two things. It's conflicting information in my mind. It's real time information telling me that in fact the market is in fact trying to rally, but it's a reluctant rally. If I'm getting stopped out of decent entry prices, that's a market that is not exactly going in an easy fashion. See, like if you would have bought them again, you're stopped out again. You can't pay for them. You can't do anything. So, like I said earlier, if I was actually trading, regular size, I wouldn't be trading at all because the market keeps stopping me out. It's not worth my dough. It's not worth my time. It's not worth my effort.
Yeah, and so Pax doesn't want to take any heat. He wants to take a minimal amount of heat on an entry, and which means that maybe he'll get stopped out a little bit more with no to little heat. But when it moves, then he's got it.
Nasdaq is again, all week long, Nasdaq has been a much better trade. This is and again here. I mean, look at the
all that moogie foogie.
Yeah, that was funny earlier. Moogie foogie. So Nasdaq is already at 953 is the third 65 handle rotation, and you're going to use 45 to 55. Nasdaq has already gotten there. The S&P can't even make the second rotation. It keeps coming down. Your long 12s, scratch them out. Your long 11s, scratch them out. 21 bid, 22 bid. Yeah, I want to trade yesterday. Like I like trading days like yesterday, where you sell them. Here, you sell them at 14 and they go to the next rotation. Then they muck around a little bit. You don't really trade the 99.01s anymore. You wait for the 94s. You get to 94, you sell them, and then they go. Moogie, oogie, oogie, moogie there. This
Oogie foogie is the word. It's in the dictionary.
I'm sorry. It's in the Urban Dictionary. It's in the West Side Dictionary. This is Garbone. You buy 11s, they stop you out and they go. You buy 12s, stop you out and go. 13, stop you out and go. I don't try to make money every day. I try to, oh, wait, here. Maron, we got trade selection. I try to maximize the days when it's easy. I haven't paid attention. Somebody asked about gold. I haven't paid attention to gold from an opening range standpoint for a while. I trade gold from swing levels. Gold right now, gold right now is a great trade. So you trade them from swing levels. 39.83 is a quarterly pivot. 39.83 to like 40.20, 40.40 every 20 points, and above 40. I'm drawing a blank. Above 40.92. That's the price. Above 40.92, then gold trades back up to 41.46. And then above that, gold would see yesterday's high. Above 41.46, and we see 42.02 again. So, I don't really want to be part of anything that gold is doing. Now, the NASDAQ is getting above its third rotation. The S&P traded the S&P didn't even trade to it. So if you're sitting here, with offers in at 26, you're not getting hit. We trade at 25.75. This is Garbone.
It's not. It doesn't want to get there. It's 23 right now.
Yeah.
22. Yeah.
So it's like the HFTs they're rallying. The bulls are relatively in charge right now because we are above the opening range. We are above that first 15-hour rotation. But, there is some reluctance here in order to take it above the next levels. And, that makes it a market that is difficult to trade.
Hey, Pax, we got some more muscle power in here right now. We got XYZ and Christian trading boxes. How you guys doing?
Hello, lads.
Good.
Hey guys.
Good morning, guys.
Christian, how are you, my brother?
I'm doing well. Nice and healthy. How about you?
Same. XY, how are you, kiddo?
I'm good.
Good
Hey,
lad.
XY just got back from an epic trip in Japan.
Oh, you went to Japan, huh?
Yep. Just got back 2 days ago, day before yesterday. So
Awesome. Did you
back
go on
at it on the charts.
vacation or pleasure or business?
Just a vacation. Yeah.
Yeah, someday I'll go there.
So what was the food like? Was it awesome?
Oh, it's awesome as always. My favorite cuisine is Japanese, so I'm always having a good time there.
Yeah.
You go there a lot?
I've been there 4 times. I've gone every year. Once was like right pre-COVID, and then COVID happened, and then as soon as that settled, I went like 3 years in a row. So it helps that for a while buying a watch there was a lot cheaper, so it kept pulling me back.
What did you get when you were there?
This is the first year that I did not buy one, actually. So I was tempted, but
It
not
must be a
nothing.
lot cheaper because plane fare is probably not too cheap.
It's the weak yen too, so it
Yeah,
plays
that's
a
true.
big
That's
part.
true. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
But it was fun. I'm glad to be back though. I feel like I've been gone for a month, 2 months.
Yeah.
So
How long were you gone for?
it was only 2 weeks,
Oh
but it
man,
felt like forever, honestly.
It's a long
Got
time.
homesick.
God bless you. I mean, do that. Take those. That's the stuff you should spend money on. Um, while you're young is traveling and vacation and
Yeah.
all that. Because when you get married and you have kids, it's a little bit more difficult to do.
Hmm.
Golly, that's awesome.
Pax, you know what we just hit?
Yeah. Oh, I'm watching. I bought them.
26. Yeah.
I actually bought them and I got out for a 2 tick expense real quick. Not in my regular.
Yeah, no, I mean it touched it and then that was it. It was
Yeah,
scared you,
stop.
man.
Look at the Nasdaq is again. The Nasdaq is such a better trade. Oh, the Nasdaq is so the Nasdaq. Okay, I don't know if you guys can see my charts or not.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, but the Nasdaq stopped at 953. Okay, so now ladder rungs. Uh, what was the opening? It's 758. One ladder rung, two ladder rungs, three ladder rungs. Now I don't fade the opening range, but if you guys want to fade the opening range, if you want to take a short up here, you sell them at 53, and you take profit at 88. 888. You see this?
Yep.
We got underneath 8888. You take profit at 888, so make it like even. You take profit at 9 even. We go 9 even offer, you sell more. We go 88 offer, you sell more, and then you take profit at 823. Ladder rungs. 1, 2, 3 up. 1, 2, 3 down. Like I was trying to say earlier, I'm not a handyman, so I don't have much occasion to be on ladders. But I've seen other people walk up them, walk down them, and that's how the market walks up and down just like that. The S&P ran up to 26 half, the second ladder rung, and now it's almost back down to 12 quarter. So now also, I didn't trade this especially well, but I'm also trading two lots on a screen that's smaller than normal for me, and I've got a camera in front of it too, which kind of sucks. But we come down to the opening range. If we come back to the S&P opening range, I will sell 97 quarters and I will sell 90 quarters because now we are looking at an equidistant swing of 20, 30 points. 30 points. Okay. So I will sell those and that will propel us down to the flattened zone. That'll propel us down to 660. Do you guys see? Do you see what I'm saying? So right now, bide your time. The market hasn't been easy yet, but that does not mean that it won't get better and easy later or in a little bit. So again, if we come back down to the opening range, I'm going to stay flat. If we come back down to the opening range, we go 97 quarter offer, I'm selling them. I will sell 90 quarters, size up a bit because I got clarity that the market will do on the downside what it did on the upside. So we got a 20 handle break, a 20 handle rally, extended up to the level. And now if we come back down, that's a 30 handle rally out of the opening range, 97 quarter to 27 quarter. The market will give us a 30 handle break to the short side if we get below 90 quarter.
Pax, great stuff. Appreciate everybody in the chat also. Appreciate the thumbs up, folks. Let's get some thumbs up for Pax. I mean, I know it's hard to do when he's going because we're focused on his methodology, and also do we have a subscribe button? It's totally free to subscribe. You just click on it. That's all you got to do. So we appreciate the subscriptions. We appreciate the likes, everybody. Thank you for being here. Great chat as usual. Great viewers as usual. I get emails from folks that are unable to be in the chat. Appreciate everybody participating in what I think, what I know is the best community around. So, Pax, man, thanks. You're awesome today.
I don't think I felt like I felt like I wasn't. Now listen, do me a favor, all of yous, okay? If you have any questions about any of the things I did, DM me or show up next Friday because we're gonna do the same shit again next Friday. Hopefully it'll be a little bit easier to trade. Okay.
Awesome, man.
Again, this is complicated stuff. It's very simple once you get the hang of it. It's very, very simple once it starts clicking and making sense. But right now, the first few times you hear it and watch it and see it, a little confusing, especially if you are not a dome trader. If you're a chart trader, it's different. You got to start trading on the domes. And again, do it on the simulator. Give yourself the gift of time. If you need to, this is an important concept, and I'll shut up. Listen, guys, please. If you need to pay your rent from your trading account, go drive Uber. Do not put yourself under that kind of pressure.
So I love Capital Preservation Friday, Ferragamo Friday, Pax with you. It's one of my favorite segments for sure on a Friday. I used to hate Fridays. Now I love Fridays. So thank you, my brother. You have a great weekend. Let's let these two young whippersnappers do their thing because these two guys are awesome. Thumbs up for ahead of time for XYZ and Chris.
XY, Chris, have a great weekend. You guys trade them up today. Have fun.
All right, good luck. Enjoy your weekend.
See you guys.
Yeah.
Wait, can chat
Yeah,
hear
there you go.
Pax backstage right now? Oh, this is not a white hat.
Oh, we're
It's like
alone now.
beige. It's like a beige hat. Little
Nothing
different
to
hat for
share, Shab.
Friday.
Nothing this morning.
It's just a little different for Friday, you know?
Yeah, got to represent the West Coast.
Yeah, it's West Coast Friday now. Um, NQ's a little crazy. I haven't been able to find myself into anything.
You got a long
But
in gold?
I got gold instead. It was a much easier trade.
Yeah,
Yeah.
NQ just nonstop, no pullback, no nothing.
Gold gave me a decent opportunity. I had three on. I've taken two off. I'm just gonna hold on to the one, and I'm just looking at NQ. I want to get along with this sweep of this range right here in this little box and with the candle, but they're not really giving enough of a pullback for me. And
Yeah.
gold did. Gold, same candle, really strong. Yeah, so we'll see. This is also where they can offer, which is why I marked this zone. So we'll see what happens. I'm already in the long, so I'm not gonna give it up in case this candle really leads to something big, because I've already taken the two. But NQ is kind of crazy, so we'll see what we can get. I think it might be action packed, but for now, I am just gonna wait around for something more clear for sure.
All right, let me share my plan with the crew and morning chat. All right, so we took out prior week low in NQ and ES we didn't. So we had a divergence there. We triggered, very fast failed breakdown this morning. And so you can see that scenario 1 and 2 is no longer in there. I was looking to see if we would come down for ES to trigger that prior week low. It didn't. So now we're seeing scenario 2 for both, and that's NQ to reclaim 800, which we did. Well, first was prior week low. Can we reclaim that and hold it? Attack 800 and then reclaim that. Then we're into that resistance for scenario 2 here as we approach the 950s prior day low area. So because we've seen a pretty strong move lower, I'm looking for acceptance at this area. Like I want to know that we are able to hold this sort of back test of the prior day low. And also we're back testing the breakdown of this overnight breakdown, right? We're back testing that resistance. So if we can form some acceptance there, we can then trigger scenario 2.1, which is a move above prior day low and into 25,000, let's say 120s, which is the top of the yesterday's afternoon area. For ES, a little bit of something similar here. We are bouncing in scenario 2 into the 9 MA 6918 area. A lot of what Pax was saying is true, that ES was just not moving the same as NQ. We're seeing just a relief rally in tech. I don't want to say relief, but we're seeing a bounce in tech and semiconductors and growth names, not so much in cyclicals, or not as strong. So can we stall here in ES at 67.18, 67.20, or can we form acceptance, reclaim that, and then see scenario 2.1, which is a full back test of that prior day low and the 67.40s breakdown, which if we can hold here, then I wouldn't see why we couldn't get to that area. But after such a strong opening, I need to be, for what I do, patient and see if either we get a pullback for a buy opportunity or we do get acceptance and then move higher.
You might have missed a bid. Might have missed a decent bid here. ES ran into some really big passive bid and just turned the other way.
We do have a nice 5-minute 9MA consolidation as the 9MA comes up. So if we can hold here, we can see a push into that prior day low in NQ and really test that, which I might be a little aggressive here. Let me try and see if we can get that move. I'm taking an aggressive wedge here just because of the type of day that we've seen. You
Nice
continue
long
out
man.
of this, and we push up into London High. It's not the same settings as what you guys might have, but we'll see if we can push out of here. A little late on the entry. Oh, that's not what I want. I want this one. And if we can't hold here, then I'll just take a stop and then continue to wait. I'm using the 9MA and then the 20 EMA and 50 EMA. So it doesn't look like we'll get immediate continuation higher. We'll close that. And then just continue to wait here. If we can form some acceptance and then push out. If we come back down, we can back test that 400 area and see if there's some buys up there.
I'm gonna try to get some longs. See. There's a lot of selling in the 86 is want to see price above there at this point to do anything.
Yeah,
Retest
so
VWAP.
far rejecting from that 960 zone. Yes, is struggling here. Let's see how the pullback looks.
Buying the 81s in NQ right now. I want to see them actually get something out of it.
581s, or what would you say?
The 8, I'm on NQ, sorry. 881s, a lot of buying. I want to see them actually be able to pull it up though. Still trying to reload this. I'm going to take one right now. Start with one. So I'm going to try to leg into a long, but if it starts slipping too far under, I'm just going to take it off. So bid is showing itself. We don't know how well they're going to do yet. So only one. for me right now. I'm gonna look for 860s. If they start to auction that, maybe put on another one. Or they pull above the 82, 83s. So just staying patient, sitting on this. Lots of two-way tape. Either way they can go. Someone's gonna be stuck and we can go with it.
Yes, struggling. I mean, it's much weaker. NQ rejected at that 960s back test of the breakdown. We're into the 9 MA here on the 5 minute. Is where you're trying to buy?
I've got two on right now. Not looking to put any more just yet.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, this is looking good.
Bouncing right from the 5 minute 9 MA.
Go ahead and try to get a cover in the middle of the range. Quick 50 points, maybe. Covering one at 50 points there. And let's see if I want to just take this here at the PLC, get a nice quick scalp. So my gold is also doing okay right now too. Yeah, we're gonna see.
Yeah,
Might
nice bounce in that too.
Grab this. I'm gonna take the NQ off. It's a quick 50-point scalp on two lots. It's good enough for me for now. I'm gonna sit on this gold for a bit. NQ still looks pretty interesting. We're getting a good continuation 1 hour candle. Only having two lots, I don't want to let half of that, like half my whole size, just come back. So I'm okay with that scalp. This thing can run all day, and I'm not going to feel any ways about it. That's just how I trade. Um, if I had more size, I would still be holding one or some, but that long was getting kind of dicey, so I'll take that.
See if we
I'll
can
take
create a higher low here for that same idea I had earlier on the long. It looks like we just wanted to pull back, test the 5 minute 9 MA. We're breaking a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, pretty good consolidation here in NQ.
I know nothing ER. Yes, thank you. Now that it's out, I will just keep saying that. Sorry guys, I was like locked in on the Dom trying to get that NQ long. So I haven't seen chat, but good morning, chat. What time do I use on gold for volume profile? I use gold's regular session. Unless you're talking about this 1 hour chart, it's 24-hour volume profile, so full session and a rolling profile. I believe this is a 10-day rolling. And Q's a really good continuation candle so far. So the reason I just took it there is, yes, the size was only two lots and I wanted to book that, but also this could be a retest spot for a break further. They did have a pretty heavy bottom on this profile, yesterday's profile, and yeah, they couldn't really get much into it coming back. So this could definitely reoffer here. I think I'm gonna take this gold off too. So flat on both for now. Gold can also reoffer. I think it's pretty good profits so far. I have this thing where I really do, they say never trade P&L, but I'm always aware of it, for better for worse. And when I hit like closer to round numbers or round numbers, gets me in a bad way when I start to lose it as a high water mark. So I really have to be mindful of that. So we will continue to see if the market gives good opportunities. Be patient from here. Gyms. I draw my high time frame structure on 24-hour profiles. And I use the intraday profile, the RTH profiles, for entry into my trades. But yeah, any high time frame zones they're taken from high time frame profiles, daily profiles, I guess you could say. Stream side, no, I don't have a target. I am very much against profit targets. I don't think they help in any way. I really don't. They subconsciously tie a certain expectation of the market to you, which is not realistic. Some days you get this, some days you get that. Yeah, I don't do targets. But everyone has that threshold where they're like content, right? Where they're happy with it. And I'm a guy that likes to be in and out of the charts. So there's a wide range of that, especially with how long I've been on it.
If you're scalping, you don't really need
Yeah,
targets.
that's why I love scalping. The shorter the time that I'm on the chart, the less P&L it takes to make me happy, for sure. So it's kind of like how much has the market given me per time, minute, hour that I've been on it. So
ES is kind of leading right now versus NQ, but we're both sort of struggling at that. I mean, NQ's stuck at this back test of the overnight breakdown. We really need to form some acceptance up here and then push out if we are to continue. ES is not exactly at the back test of that breakdown. That's more like 38, 43. I would say we're sort of in between resistance and support. We just broke out in NQ. We're into resistance. Can we chop around here for a bit? There's a good 5-minute structure though. That's I call this 5-minute consolidation of 9MA no trend in time. When 8 to 12 candles on the 5-minute time frame are consolidating around the 9MA, just gives you it's different from a regular sort of consolidation around a rising or downward 9MA, and that gives you an idea of that it's
yeah,
contracting and will generate some energy on a move.
they're definitely trying to chew away at the supply here. If they can start trading back into and above 25Ks, this could be a really good move up. They haven't really been able to put any volume there, but right now they're showing a willingness to eat through the supply. If they move if they move the supply out of the way, this thing can just reverse entirely. But this is the decision point right now. The market's trying to make its choice. Still really good 1 hour candle that it's forming a continuation off of. It's not something I'd want to be in the way of for sure.
Yeah, they're trying. I mean, that was a very decisive bottom that we put in.
Yeah, the bottom was a really good one. It was a sweep too. Sweep into a taper, and they just started running this thing through.
So now if we can form some contraction here and create a wedge, that'll create a more classical contraction versus the early one that I pointed out here. There was no follow through on this aggressive one. So now we can form a better consolidation and see if we hold here or reject. I think it's a little bit tougher here since versus yesterday because you have a significant sort of bottom attempt, but you're still within a large, daily breakdown. So I feel like in this area, you're sort of contemplating, okay, can we see continuation of that downtrend, or are we going to actually hold the bottom and then see a reclaim of prior day low? And where it can get sometimes a little bit choppy because you're sort of fighting that support and resistance.
Yeah, best course for me here is to let this consolidation shake out. I'm gonna let them figure that out and not get in the way. Gold, same thing. It's a decision spot right now. This zone here, I want to see what decision they come up with before we do anything further. No rush. Chat's funny. Jims, appreciate that. I'm glad that the playbook has been helpful. Um, yeah, I prioritize how long I've been in the market versus how much I've made for sure, because the longer I've been in, the less sharp my performance is. That much I know. Sorry, last night didn't have a lot of time. Strategy. Do you go over tape reading and recognizing order flow? Yeah, my playbook has tape reading and order flow in it, or the way I do it at least. Longest trade ever done? Probably a Globex trade. What percentage of it? Like almost zero. I don't really do any of that. How do you get a copy of the playbook? Paintingthetape.net. It's free. I'll make a post on X maybe like after the stream to give the link out, but production has been giving the link out. They've been helping you guys out. It's just paintingthetape.net. But yeah, I'll put a link or something. Free. So if you don't like it, don't come after me for it. All right. Still market just trying to make a decision, both NQ and gold. So this is when I would say this is a knife fight. This is two-way tape. They're trying to decide, look, are we going to chew through the supply or is there not enough demand interest and fall back under? And I don't want to get in the middle of the knife fight. I'm going to let them resolve it themselves.
Yeah, I
And we can
like
piggyback.
this. We're just fighting between support and resistance, although I do like this breakout here. I will attempt this breakout here. I'll put my stop down here and see if we can now push into London's high and then we reclaim prior day low. But it
It's a
can
good
still be a
little
little bit
high low too.
choppy. We are breaking out of that 9 MA no trend in time that I talked about. So let's see if we can now create a healthy sort of high, higher low, and then push out higher.
Yeah, I know nothing. That is it's a good way to go about it for sure. Just let them work their own issues out.
We have London high at 40 in NQ. So my first area of resistance is 30s to 40. There's also a 5-minute zone there. I'll take half off into that area if we can push.
Nice long so far.
Yes, was able to hold that 67.18 and now pushing into 67.40s. Let's see if we can get some good follow through into that. And then back to prior day low. NQ into prior day low. And now we see if we can push it into take out London's high. And we want to see a higher high, higher low now from here to here to here. If this is going to be a healthy breakout, let me move this like this. Can you guys see that? Right, so if we do get a pullback on this 2-minute, can we create a higher low against the breakout? And
They are trying to sell this back down and they're not getting what they want. I think this thing can blow up to the upside here. I want to see them make one more attempt for my own long, but that's a good long you got going on.
my entry was a little bit late, so I'll be taking partials below my ideal exit just because I want to follow the exact setups.
Good morning, Nick. Yeah, NQ's still trying to work out its issues, so I'm not too sure, Nick, but it's looking like it.
You want to close half and see.
I'm gonna try to see if we can get longs bit under here.
I closed half here just to bring down my risk for a few points, and then I'll just stay with the rest just because it's not acting how we ideally want it to. And if we don't push up and really trigger a failed breakout, then I don't want to stay in the full size. And then I'll just hold the rest and see if we do create this higher high, higher low.
Gonna try the long. Just one lot so far here. Put on another. All right, this thing starts swinging back down. I'm gonna consider just flattening it, or if a bid does step in again, I will add another one.
Yeah, ES is still struggling here. ES is now officially backtesting that breakdown. So we need to see if we can see a continuation higher. If not, this will be
A massive bid just popped in on the book, 150 lots. They're running away from it, which is kind of shocking. Moving up now, he's filling his order. Oh, threes, there it is. They've actually chewed through that bid. Let's see what they do with it.
moving a stop here higher just to bring down my risk. And then if we can continue higher now to here, then we can see hopefully a big push.
I'm gonna take one off at a new high if we can get there. If not, I may consider flattening for around break even scratch.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same. It's just it's not it's struggling.
I just scratched it out, break even. We got pretty close to new high and they just fell back through. Good morning, Daniel. It's good to see you. Orderflowlabs.com, yacht. Don't know if you're still
Yeah,
here, Nick, but have a good weekend, man.
Yeah, take care.
So I should have held on to that for sure, but whatever.
If we can really push out here, then I can see NQ going to 25,110s, which let me share my plan here, my morning plan. That was scenario 2. I mean, we're still struggling. It's not a decisive push, but scenario 2.1 for ES, can we reclaim 6690s? If we hold 6718s, which we are, can we then push into prior day low 6740s, 50s? For NQ, it was, can we hold this 950s, 960s? And remember, I've been highlighting that consolidation that's become acceptance, where we broke out of it. And now this is the move to see if we do have a decisive continuation or follow through into 25,100 intense is what I have. But we'll see. It's still not the best tape here. We should have seen that move already, in my opinion. Oh, it is on. Where is it? Well, why is it not? You guys see that? It's like half working. Yeah, it only, I don't know what's going on. Oh, it froze. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I don't know why it's not showing fully. I can't even move it now. It's acting up. All right. All right, so we'll just stay in this, see if we do get that follow through.
New high. Lots of buying just came in
It's
on the
still,
tape.
it's still acting very funky.
And Q's got issues, huh?
But it continues, so I'll let the trade work out here. I'm looking to close more into the one over here. See if we can get there. So the main structure that I was highlighting this morning is the wedge. Now, typically what happens if, either you're in a reversal from down here, or if the reversal happens and let's say I'm not in it, I wasn't in it, this moved too fast, then in a strong tape, what you want to see is if we are able to form acceptance, aka a wedge, into a resistance level, and we did that. So we created our wedge, we have our swing high, right? Swing high, swing low, lower high, higher low, and then breakout. So I took the breakout. My entry was, I would say, 975, 10 points above what it should have been. And now we have a healthy structure here, meaning we have the first higher high, higher low that held. If we would have seen a failed breakout, it would have happened already. I mean, it can still happen, but the usual first breakout of the higher high, higher low will tell you if it is going to fail. And if we do break below that first higher low right here, then that's how you know that, hey, this breakout will fail. And then I close my trade, right? We're not going to see the trend that I'm looking to participate in. But we are seeing that. We are seeing the higher high, higher low structure out of a contraction. Higher high, higher low, higher high. So now I look for the next area of interest that I have for my trade.
Good things happen when you just let them figure out their own problems.
Yeah, I'm big on saying you got to let the market do the heavy lifting. So then you start thinking too much. I remember like in the competitions, it's like our mental focus is so it's overworked. And we're trading, that's why I hate doing that. I can't.
It's a different feeling. It's kind of like you need to make as much, like it's like get a high score, right? As high of a score as possible versus a million other things. Which,
Yeah.
by the way, Monday, we're all back at it.
Yeah,
Couples
guys.
therapy. Yeah.
Who's
And Q.
who will be in the competition in the championship on Monday?
It's all of us, right?
Yeah, I'm asking the chat who made it. Nice, Jose. BC, Italian guy.
Yacht,
CK,
you're so
Mark.
close. Yacht. One short.
Nice, nice guys. We'll see everybody there. Are you what's your session for Monday? XY?
I think it's I think it's 10 our time. I gotta double check, but it's later on. It's not in the morning.
Okay. So not the open?
They've spared me. They've spared me, and I'm forever grateful.
Yeah, that's good. I'll be trading the open. All right, so we reclaimed prior day low for NQ. We reclaimed, or we're into prior day low in ES. Can we push up into that scenario 2.1 I had in mind here for more partials, which is NQ into 25,000, 1/10, the zone here. But I'll take some more off here. Kind of want to take more off. All right, I'll move this to under the higher low that we put in, which is pretty much around break even. And then I'll just trail the rest and see how high we can go.
Claudio, you got long too? If you're making money, feel free to send us a tip.
I'll just do break even on the rest of this trade. And then I'll see if we can sort of have continuation higher. Because NQ can still see higher into 1/10s. But we are getting pretty oversold. I want to go over that 5-minute structure here that I shared. So typically in all time frames, where we have a 9MA uptrend, meaning a uptrend along a rising 9MA or downward, we typically, that consolidation is typically 4 to 6 candles. Okay, you can go back in time and study that. Like if you look at this random consolidation here on the 9MA, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. On the 6th candle, we broke lower, right? You can just track that over and over again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, broke lower. Eventually you start noticing, or you start looking at that so often that you start saying, well, what happens when you have a consolidation into the 9MA, but it's now 8 to 12 candles? So I've come to sort of call that a 9MA NTIT, which is just a no trend in time, meaning there's no trend inside this consolidation on a lower time frame. And what this 5-minute what's a wedge here, what it creates is it sort of tells you that there's enough contraction taking place to generate a new trend out of here with a sustainable move. The internal structure of that is a 50 EMA wedge, which is the directional setup that you guys see me take on streams whenever they line up with the plan or the structure. And that's the 9MA uptrend will end. You have a swing high, you have a swing low, and then you have a lower high, higher low. The wedge is complete, and then the breakout can take place. Will the breakout hold or not? That's a different question, but that's sort of the sequence of events that market structure will generate. And then you just, if it aligns with your plan, you look to take it. What are the quantities you can trade, Mark? We can trade more than 3 micros? ES, the main area of resistance was here at 6740s yacht. So if it can hold here, it does have London's high at 6754, which would be the next immediate stop, but really the main area of resistance will now be 67.60s. No, there's no way that's possible, Mark. 1 MNQ?
No way.
There's no way. Like, how do you can't partial that? What are the contract sizes? There's just no. I got to look at the rules. Who can pull that up? One MNQ? There's just no way. You got to log in to see. Let me see. So you just hold that one MNQ for all day?
Guess that's what I gotta do.
So if you that'll be so tricky. How do you take partials?
Probably have to do it through ES.
Yeah. All right, very solid push here.
Looking for NQ to potentially start filling some upside empty volume all the way up to 260s. We'll see. Two hundreds first. Nice long, man. Yeah, Wit. Sellers dropped the ball. It's a tale as old as time.
What a bounce. All right, so ES is coming in up into that resistance at 67.68, which was the main target on a reclaim of prior day low. NQ way above that 25,110s. Wow, this is a very significant bounce across the markets. All right, so almost 200 points here on this runner.
When do you close this? Do you hold it forever?
In uptrends, I try to. But it's just a bounce, an oversold bounce.
Oh, gold is finally running too. It's a really good, yeah. Gold and NQ had really good 1 hour reversal candles going for them at the perfect spots almost. Gold back into the old consolidation. Tapered, wicked off, came
You
above
are into
volume.
resistance here. What's the 4 hour at? The 4 hours into the 9 EMA. So that's some resistance. The hourly is into the close to the 50 EMA. I'll close my trade here and then call it a morning. All right, my trade is done. Very strong reversal today.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna try to see if
Oh
we can
yeah, Daddy's gonna get his
short.
Ferragamos.
Ferragamo Friday. No, I'm done. Yeah, I'm not going to trade this anymore. You like this short here?
I'm gonna try it. I've been working small into it. I'm in 3 right now. We'll see how it goes, but I'm ready to flatten this thing if they can't drag this. They're trying to sell the piss out of this right now. If it doesn't work out, I'm just gonna get right out. I think we've got a good opportunity to revert towards the 9. It's a pretty decent spot on my chart here on a higher time frame, but really got to see the selling come through here. They're still like really trying to offer this. So to me, it's a now or never. If they can get this offer, we can definitely get paid. If not, I gotta get out. Keeping a close eye on this in case I need to re-enter at some point.
ES is struggling a bit into that resistance here. NQ was able to push above it. Now to see if it can hold. $960.
Yeah, sorry, Chad. I'm locked in the DOM right now. It's a good spot for a reoffer, and we've moved significantly away from the 9, so I got to take this attempt. Risk to reward's really good, and the selling is definitely there. I just don't know yet if the selling's gonna get what they want, but they've shown up. You got to hit the button. Willing to add one more on this if they can show something, but as of right now, no ads.
I mean, they are into some higher time frame resistance here. NQ at the 4-hour 9 MA. ES very close to it. I wouldn't be surprised if we pause here and you get your short.
Yeah, I got 4 on now. Gonna see what we can do with these. So as they're making the move, I really want to see good continuation. I will flatten this thing at any point if it looks like it's just gonna like not reward any selling anymore. But I'm looking for closer to the 100s if they can get there. If not, it's just not gonna work, and I'll take it off.
So we're into the 2-minute 9 MA here. This is where we really want to see a break here, or else we could create another high low here and then a bounce higher. We don't want that for XY. We want this to fail here now, create a lower high, and then get that reversal he wants.
See how they do. Still reloading the tape on the offer, so that's good. But you know how it is, the bid is out there. They can offer back below the 130s. I might put on a fifth. We will see. Right now, I am considering only flattening until we trade below 130s. So the 140s did trap some buying for now. So I'm waiting to see if they can keep trading the 140s and what it looks like when they do, to gauge for continuation strength on the sell side. The 140s should not see too much activity.
Andres, I'm done. No more trades for me. Maybe later in the day, but that was a good long. And it's Friday.
Taking
Yesterday
one
I
off,
was
huge buyer, 114s.
look at that. That'd be good. This action is looking good for you. We created an internal lower high. What we want to see for XY to win here instead of a higher low, higher high. So failure would be a lower high against the 9 MA balance, which we just saw. Now we need to see follow through of that 9 MA higher low failing below this line here.
A little bit lower and I can get down to one lot. So I've covered two so far. This is a bit of a tricky short. So yeah, when I'm going super counter trend like this, I don't really want to hold it too long. I definitely want to take my profits off the table, take my risk off the table, more importantly. So the idea is to get as much size off as possible until I can just go down to one. There it is, and just hold on to it. So peeled off three lots into around a 40-point move, and we'll see if this one can do anything, but see, I think it's possible. So back to the 9 would be close to the 60. There's definitely still some room left.
Yeah, we're trying to still dance around this higher low here. It's the 5-9 MA what we want to see if it retraces it a bit lower.
All right, chat. While we sit in this and see if they pay us further. Market Mommy, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, hey, that reminds me. Can you guys hit the thumbs up, please? I think I've just got back from Japan 2 days ago and I fired off like 11, 12 trades on stream. I think I've earned a like or two.
Yeah, like it up, guys. Help the network out. What are we at? 400. How many people are on here? 970. Oh, but some of the likes were for yeah, Fridays are our days takeaway. It's West Coast Fridays. West Coast, the best coast. What time frame is my chart? The 2 minute here. Still struggling here. ES a bit weaker than NQ, but both into the 4-hour 9 MA, which is a big area of resistance here.
Do I think I can replace the DOM with footprint? No, I just use both. That solves that. But can you? Yes, you can do anything you want. I don't think that I think just anything works in the game. If you know how to manage risk, you can do whatever you want. It's probably going to work. It doesn't really have to be crazy. But for me, the DOM it gives me a lot more than a footprint does. And I'm not just talking about information. What's important for me is to have an input that I can be confident in. So you can see the trade, you can see the setup, you can see this and that, but the DOM really helps me to just hit the trade. And without it, I'm more hesitant and stuff like that. Vibes, you gotta get the vibes. And on the DOM, the vibes are flowing all the time. And if you miscalculate the vibes, you're gonna pay the price. You guys know me. Yeah, NQ DOM, it does take a while. And you have to understand that it's going to be a gradient thing, not tick by tick like ES. That's why I'll say like ES order flow is more quote unquote true, because for lack of a better word, because tick by tick it's really important. But for NQ, it's going to span across multiple ticks and even points. It could be a 5 point, thing. I am tempted to get some shorts back on here. I'm not too sure about this. Man, I made a pretty good P&L today. I'm probably just gonna chill, but we'll see. Yeah, I have a compressed NQ DOM, 2 ticks, 2 ticks. A lot of people do 1 point, but I like 2 ticks for myself. Non-compressed is a bit too much noise for me. See what there's a bid here. If they can start chewing through, we can get a really good short. I'm gonna get one lot in right now and see how it goes. Gonna look to add, gonna let more order flow come in first. So they are working through a passive bid, and if they can push them out of the way, I think we do have a change in the tape that we can work with. If not, I will get right out of this one lot.
Yeah, we're still stalling.
Yeah,
The short looks better.
we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Trust that.
All right, well, I got two on, anticipating maybe a third, but not just yet. Trying to see some bids get crushed.
And if you build structure up here again, it can make another push higher, but it's so far it's a little bit on the weaker side.
They either push this below 100 or it's gonna fly. All right, I'm in for a third. I'm probably gonna keep it here. Get my stop in and let this work. So we will go for some covers.
I like it. There's a technical breakdown now. We remember that 9 MA. We have a lower high against it. We have our wedge. There's a very small wedge, but now you're getting the breakdown from this consolidation, and it's going to pay XY.
We are getting paid a little bit right now. I'm gonna look to try to cover one. I'm gonna cover one down to two. See how far we can work this thing. So they just ran into a nice little pool of liquidity in the 90s. Hopefully they can run that through. Get me 72s and we're chilling. I'm looking 77s to 72s for the next cover. Not gonna blow the deal up over $5 or so, I say. But anything's possible, right?
All right, the 5-minute 9 MA is here now. So this is where really the main support from this reversal at the open has been. That earlier consolidation was into the 5-minute 9 MA. We're back here. If it fails, that'll help XY really big here.
We're down to one now. Just gonna see if we can trail this thing. I might peel this off closer to 25K. I don't think I need a whole reversal on it.
Ooh, almost at 500 likes. We can do
Mm-hmm.
we can do more.
Thanks, Market Mommy, for the pump. If you're still here.
I can take medicine on air, right?
I think they're gonna cook my runner here. That was a good scalp nonetheless. Can't complain.
Yeah, we're
It's always
putting
a
in a
good Friday.
5-minute higher low here on the 9 MA on the 5-minute.
Oh, Matt, I saw your DM earlier. I forgot to reply. Yesterday, I think I called 160s or 140s. I don't remember, but it was just a prior close. It wasn't like some super proprietary level. So calling a market's so easy. You guys know this. Executing it's a whole different game.
It's funny, Wit.
Market's bad today for some, not for
How
all.
so?
I'm having
Walk
a
us
good
through.
day.
What did you see that made it bad? Well, Will, just because you don't make money doesn't mean that it was bad trading, right? We can do our good trading and still have lose money and still have losses.
Think I know what I need to do. I know what I need to do. I'm about to show you guys some really secret stuff right now. Do not try this at home. Wait, I screwed this up. Bad, my bad, my bad,
Yeah, do the original one.
my bad, my bad. This is what the algo doesn't want you to know.
Damn, it feels good to be a gangster.
You guys wait and see. You guys wait and see. It's the only way to beat the 9 EMA.
The S is backwards. It's the backwards for you,
Is
maybe.
it backwards? Yeah, maybe for you. You're backwards. All right, well, the S didn't work. Don't come at me for it. Well,
Isn't it
deleting this thing
three
is a pain in the
three
ass.
lines? I forget how it goes.
I need to have it pre-configured somehow. But yes, 9EMA shows me again why it's the GOAT.
Yeah, we just bounced and created a 5 minute 9MA higher low, which has been the governing moving average of this sort of reversal higher this morning. We can consolidate now and chop around.
This daily candle is looking crazy, huh? It all started with this 1 hour continuation. Two single prints now. No more shorts, guys. Two single prints.
He
Five
has
minute
he has it on
9
another
EMA
chart.
for me. I only use 5 minute 9 EMA. It's from when I from before I discovered order flow. So yeah, I like that squiggly line. That and VWAP, which is the greatest squiggly line of all time. You need to draw a magnet, better hit rate. No, that's retail stuff. The magnet is for retail. Smart money uses that cash sign.
They do magnets, huh? I just remember that.
That's retail.
That's funny. We draw SS.
Yeah, S is the real smart money. This is free game, guys. You guys are getting free game. Where should a beginner get started with trading? YouTube. YouTube University.
And demo account. Don't risk your money.
They're reoffering this pretty hard right now. Yeah, I don't want to short against two singles, so. But damn, this is a good spot for short.
For what? Short?
Yeah, I'm not gonna think I've made enough money today. It's cool. It's a good Friday. It's always a good Friday on NT Live. You guys know this.
Do you think paper trading is a waste of time? I don't. What do you think?
Absolutely not. No. I think I tested in my journey, I've used Sim to test so many different strategies and so many different things. Without Sim, I'd have been broke already before I can get to the end game of that. And my
Yeah.
trading's really weird. Like you guys see it in my playbook. My trading is really weird. It's this, it's that, it's squiggly lines, it's price action, it's order flow within candles. But it's because I've tried so many different things. And it's only then, you know, when I was able to take the things that worked for me and things that didn't. So it's not to say that I tried many different things and majority doesn't work. It's that it didn't work for me. And the only way to find out for me was to try them. And Sim enabled me to really give enough time with each little different thing to see, okay, what's good for me, what's not. But without it, if you're not using Sim, you're just gonna be in the soup kitchen. So yeah, so back in the day, it was literally like Lilu, Apex. Apex is actually newer. It was like Lilu, You Profit. which like both are like in the dirt by now. Um, there weren't many options, so sim was definitely the way to go. Now there's a lot of props. You can grab evals to feel that skin in the game, but sim is a must. I don't believe that there are any real traders that can tell you with full honesty that sim is not worth your time. You either sacrifice, we'll say sacrifice your time with sim, or you sacrifice your money to the markets before you get your feet, planted in the ground. After all the trials, what did you find worked for you? I've got the perfect answer for you, Yacht. It's paintingthetape.net, where my playbook is. So all the things that have ever worked for me are in there. Also, it's free. If you don't like it, do not come at me for it. I think anyone that thinks sim is a waste of time is already like mega rich. That can I can't imagine it's anything else. You're just so rich that it means nothing and you can just forget sim ever existed because you're so rich or something. Painting what? Paintingthetape.net. I'll do a tweet later. My Twitter is experiencing interesting traffic right now because of a troll post that I made yesterday, and people didn't realize it was a troll post. So I
Yeah,
woke
he
up too
said
soon.
it. I mean, he said vibes, guys.
After a while, I was like, I don't think people understand it's a troll. I need to clarify this before I go to bed, or I'm gonna wake up to my phone on fire.
Where are the vibes?
You're you're wrong, and I'm gonna tell you you're an idiot. I'm gonna tell you why. I've had some of those. A bunch of people call me idiots. Spurs Warriors tonight, yeah, on Prime Video.
Wow, what a
Oh
bouncing
man, then we
crowd.
got Eagles Lions on Sunday, prime time. I actually can't believe they dropped that last game to the Warriors. I mean, they had them, but Steph Curry decided he's gonna play basketball second half and just, hey, they're young, they'll figure it out. Why would you paint tape? That's weird. It's the only way to move a market. You got to paint the tape.
We held that 5 minute 9 MA, created another higher low. And if we make a third higher high here, ES can take out that, can push up above 68 and maybe see 72, 73, which was also that Sunday gap low. NQ's holding this 25,110s. So we can see, I'm looking at this. Let me bring this over. So holding this 25,110s can make NQ push up into 260s. There's some resistance right here that we hit and are sort of dancing around it. ES pushing into that resistance here, which is also that Sunday's gap low. So we can build now a new structure, new acceptance, like similar to this structure here that I took long. Then you have another potential setup here for a long into 260s.
Is there a reason you prefer time-based versus volume-based? It's just I'm used to seeing the input, really. I wouldn't say anyone is superior, not for me, but I'm just used to the 1 minute Hakanashi, and that's pretty much it. My execution is on the DOM on order flow, so it's not too important whether I'm looking at volume or 1 minute candlesticks, but yeah, it's just a lot of it is, hey, this has been working for me for a long time. It works consistently, it's reliable for me, and there's no reason for me to change it. What's with AJ Brown? Are they not winning? Yeah, I get you know, for anyone who's watching football long enough, you do know that star receivers, they are divas. That's just the thing with receivers. And I get it, right? Their contracts, they need to get production for contracts. It's not just about winning, but AJ's situation is very tame compared to the star receivers of old, right? Remember, even for Eagles fans, like McNabb and Terrell Owens, yeah, that thing was worse with T.O. It was crazy, but it's just a wide receiver thing. Throughout the history of NFL, they're prone to being divas, and you got to roll with it, right? And it's not to say I don't disagree with him. I agree with AJ Brown. I want Kevin Patullo fired. Our offense is terrible. The talent is insane. The schemes are terrible.
Is there a wedge here? There is not. You have a anime downtrend ends. You have a swing low, and then this is the bounce to that potential swing high, or sorry, lower high. We have our swing high or swing low, lower high, but there's no wedge here, which means this can sort of fail here and then create a wedge. But this is the wedge here, what you guys saw earlier. That's a classical wedge. This is more of a flag or channel breakout. And sometimes these are signaling the end of the move because on the 5 minute, we're also into the third higher high here. So there's a chance that this higher low potential does not hold, and then we continue the consolidation and then fill it out. So whenever I'm considering a trade and I see sort of the structure and say, okay, I'm waiting for a wedge and then price moves higher without me. Well, I have to wait for my setup, right, to execute. It can go higher without me. There'll be times where we don't get the setup, we push out and then fail. And guess what? Well, because I waited for my setup, I did not take any trades and I was able to protect my account. Sometimes it'll go without me, and you just have to be okay with that because you're technically not missing anything if your entry rules weren't met. But this is strong.
Yeah, for whoever's asking about my high time frame zones to get a short, they don't exist. Notice how they don't exist. It was just this level here for reoffer, and I tried that. We got a little offer scalp. It was nice, cool and all, but right now we're in get long or be wrong territory. They are building where price should not have access. If shorts were still in the market long or like in a meaningful way, we shouldn't be accessing these prices in this range. So right now, supply is definitely not where you should be placing your risk on. This daily candle is looking crazy. This 1 hour continuation is still going on. Double singles. Look at this candle forming now. Tested through prior candle range, just like this one, and we're inching further. Yeah, I would not try any shorts. They do not interest me at all. Gold had a great retest here for continuation. Same thing with the candles. Great 1 hour candle. Back in the range continuation. Same thing in the range continuation. Yeah, as long as this continues, can't get short. Long or wrong. The tape is really bullish. This was to me the last when I got the shorts, it was because if it's gonna go back down, it's got to be here. And they got as far as they could, got to the nine, and they said, no, actually, we're not going to go any further. And they're continuing to build higher. And if this spot isn't going to do it, yeah, get out of the way. That's what I think. I wouldn't try for offers. Have a good weekend, Market Mommy. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for pumping the likes. If you guys haven't hit the likes yet, please do so.
Later.
What strategy should beginners start with? I would say just learn price action. Learn the nuances of price action and
Video.
supply and demand is always good. It's really basic, but it's effective. From there, you can make things mechanical. There's so much good stuff on YouTube. I think you really just got to poke around and see what speaks to you and start from there. In such a nuanced profession, you really won't find black and white answers. There's no one size fits all, even during, your beginner stage.
Uh, Elaborate on my use of the 9MA. I use the 9 SMA. Am I looking at that value crossing another indicator? No. The 9MA for how I view things, and really my understanding of market structure is the market follows the 9MA. I should say the 9MA follows the market, right? Because it's a lagging indicator. But the structure, the trend structure that the market generates from a higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, or lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, is always into the 9MA. Some may say the 10MA, 9EMA, 10EMA, it's all in that same area. But the structure follows this sequence along the 9MA across all time frames. So I use that as my trend filter. If we're above, let's say, a daily 9MA, where the market's in an uptrend, right? We're below a daily 9MA currently, but we're bouncing now into the daily 9MA. So we are reversing back to the 9MA. If we're above the daily 9MA and the hourly 9MA, well, you can imagine that the intraday action is going to be very bullish. And so I sort of multi-time frame alignment with that helps me be consistently on the right side of the trend. That's why I use the 9MA. It's just a trend filter.
What's a move on NQ? So this is a pretty decent example of how I use the profiles.
Wow,
The
MU
zone
new all-time
exists
highs.
because there's not much volume underneath this spot before the spike. And look at what the market did today with this zone. Still came into it and showed, hey, information's the same, no volume, and we get a full-on reversal.
Uh, Full gluten. I do share some trade review videos on X, but a lot of the education that I do is for a smaller private group that I have. I don't really share much about it, but I do a lot of education there. But I do share on Twitter. I mean, if you can go back, I think in the last 2 weeks, I shared 2 or 3 videos, probably half an hour long, that goes over my trades, the plan for that day, discussion on trend structure. Look at that. Wow, semiconductors are bouncing so hard.
If that was a liquidity sweep, shouldn't there be more volume on the notes? No. Sweeps shouldn't really find volume. Um, Not typically, at least. So to me, I don't subscribe to the idea of, we'll use the term liquidity sweep. I think a lot of that connotation is, scary people in their big computer buildings trying to take people out and do something on purpose. I think everything is just the market advertising, right? So a sweep would be the market testing outside of a range or a zone or a level and quickly finding out that there's not enough interest to sustain any trade in this spot, which would mean a lack of volume. So as price moves around, it's just all an advertisement for me. And in this moment, last time it was advertised, they didn't really have much volume. There wasn't too much interest. And now that they advertise it again, it's the same information. There's not too much interest. If there's not too much interest here, price can't continue. It can't sustain or continue because no one's willing to sell these prices. If they were willing to sell these prices, you would see buildup of volume, right? Because now there's two-way trade. There are willing buyers and willing sellers, and they're going to do the business. But it sweeps and comes back up and it shows a rejection because no one's willing to sell. If no one's willing to sell these prices, and the market sees this, They're just going to drive it back up because it has one job now. It's to find sellers for all of the buyers. So no, a sweep doesn't have to produce volume. Um, to me, I would use the word trap instead. For my own context, I would say, hey, look, they tested outside of the range. They found the sellers, they sold, and if they built volume and it went against them, I would say, look, they went outside the range, they showed their hand. They tried to sell it, there's just not enough. There's still a lot of buying here, and we're going to run it back the other way. So, two different things for me between a sweep and a trap. If you're not looking at order flow and you're just looking at candles, everything is just a sweep or a trap. It's all the same, where they'll call it a liquidity grab or this or that. You can tie whatever context you want. I just am like pure auction market theory. That's just my trading. Everything is an auction. No one's trying to do anything to anybody, right? If retail is like a small smidge of overall liquidity, it doesn't make sense for big bad institutions to try to poke around and mess with it. It's not enough, right? So some things may make sense to some people, some things don't to me, but ultimately, you trade a setup, you trade a model, you trade a strategy. If you manage your risk, you will do well, right? I'm not going to sit here and tell you don't trade this way, trade that way. There's a million ways to do it, but all need the same component. Just manage your risk, you're going to be all right. Also follow your rules. So that's a
That's a
long-winded way
great
of
trade. Great trade, Kara.
what time frame looking at those levels. Oh, these are just 24-hour profiles, like full session, 23-hour, I guess, and a 5-day rolling on the side. So yeah, full session profile, 1 hour candles, so 1 hour chart, and a 5-day rolling on the side. Indicators showing active liquidity levels. Yeah, it's the volume profile. Liquidity builds volume. So right here, you can see as the market moves up and it keeps building volume up, the interest is still higher. They're not losing interest in higher prices. As they get higher, they're going to find sellers. And so volume builds because it's two-way trade. As the buyers find sellers, they're buying into them and the sellers are selling into them. Business. And as we keep building volume and going above, it means that the buy interest is still chewing up all the sell interest in the market. You should not fade this with this information. If price keeps going up, building volume, coming up further, building more, just means that there's too much buying versus selling right now. They're chewing through all the selling that presents itself until you lose a build, right? So let's just say they build this and they lose it and we're trading the 150s. That's when you can start to speculate that the market has found a range, a pool of liquidity or whatever you want to call it, where there are more sellers than buyers. And that can be the start to, a move back in the opposite direction. But until then, the information is simply interest is higher. There's not enough selling to fill all the buying. And if someone told you that about a market, you wouldn't try to short it. So current standing orders, depth of market level 2, price ladder, Dom.
This is an area that I like for shorts. You don't see anything up here?
For shorts, yeah, this would be the last, like if they don't get it here in this volume spot right here, it's gonna be, I think it goes
Este vídeo
straight
está
to the
traducido del
450s
inglés y está sacado
if they can't get the sell here. Because after this, there's not too much inventory that was in the way. And I don't think there will be coming back. So yeah, what I'm seeing is a build of volume that pushed lower. And this is where they got to hold it because this is the volume where they found all the selling. And if still they push through this spot, that means where they found a lot of selling prior that pushed price almost 1,000 points lower. If they're gonna chew through that now, still this buying is relentless. But this is the third single print. Really strong market today. It's gonna be tough. Yeah, for anyone looking at my chart, this is certainly a good spot for selling to take place right here. The caveat is, as of right now, sellers have not gotten rewarded in any way just yet. How often do I like the first VWAP bounce trade? Every time. Honestly, always, almost always. A first test VWAP in a strong market in either direction. I'm looking to get involved. Whether or not I do is up to the order flow when we get there, but I am looking to get involved. Yes. So shorts would need the 180s at least to trade again. So show some strength sell side first, which means you lose a node on the upside. If they cannot trade below any build on the upside, it's not stopping. Yeah, I'm glad you guys are getting value out of the streams. Please hit the likes if you haven't. Nice little widget right there. Like, subscribe. Oh, futures off the lows. Yeah, gold's doing the thing. Um, Old range right here, tested it, no interest. So this is another example. There's no interest in re-auctioning this old range. If that's the case, we go up. And they had this built. Buyer stepping in, two-way tape, seller selling into it. And if we trade above this node, it means the sellers have lost steam and there's a lot of liquidity to run against them, right? So what does it do? It runs against them. I'm looking for the same, if I'm not looking to short this, but if I were, I'm looking for the same scenario. You need to run against some sort of buying, right? And the very first thing would simply be to trade the 180s, and they can't even do that. So it's still too strong of a market. Yacht says, you guys made me 1K today. Well, if I had a tablet with me, I'd spin it around and ask you for tip.
Dinner's on him tonight.
Yacht, where are you taking us, man?
Just such a big bounce across the market. I'm looking at all these stocks. Huge, huge tech rally.
It's funny because I woke up to everyone screaming bloody murder.
Yeah.
That's the first indicator. Jeff, yeah. And when they spin it around, they just start looking away like they're busy doing something else. It's just gonna ask you a few questions. And they go and like just look away from you.
Oh my God, I know. And then it's like 25, 35, 50%.
Yeah, it's just a
What?
few questions. It's like, first of all, I hate that question. Single print? Yeah, single prints are pretty simple. So they are based off of 30-minute periods. If a price trades in a 30-minute period and does not get traded again afterwards, that is a single print. It's a market profile thing. So what I would do if I were you, I would just Google single print TPO market profile, and it will all be there for you. It's good to have you, Lorenzo. Hit the subscribe button. What prompted rally? Any significant news? Any significant news would be unbeknownst to me. To me, what prompted it is they sold down into a very crucial area and found that no one was willing to sell it yet again. And like all the other times no one was willing to sell it, they shoot back up to the same range. So it's just information. The market makes its choices, and you make yours after. David Silva, right now, leg to leg is set to refresh every 50-point rotation, which today is like peanuts. We have a 400-point IB. We've hit the 50% extension. We are at 650-point range almost. So 50 points isn't too much today.
That's pretty big reversal. Trying to see what I mean, if this is our low into, I still keep thinking that we're gonna see some bullish structure into, I mean, I'm thinking more longer term into Thanksgiving. But if this is a low, then what we should see next week is a higher low be protected, a higher low to protect today's low, and then a more sideways to then higher structure from there into that Thanksgiving week, which is usually probably one of the top bullish weeks in the market.
We should see the 500s again. I mean, every time they fail the same low like they did today, price just gravitates back towards 25 500s. So two different hats, two different styles, but one hell of a trader. You're great, guys. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. It's not easy. The game is easy. We're doing it live, putting it all on the line for everybody to see, to criticize. So the support is appreciated for sure.
Yeah, it's still early, so we may get an additional higher low today, pull back, higher low, and then bounce. That would be, I'll be looking for that opportunity there. If we can pull back into 25K area, might be too low. But this 5-minute trend is now into the third higher high one, higher low one, higher high two, higher low two, higher high three. So it makes sense if we put an end to this trend here and then now start a 5-minute 50 EMA wedge contraction to consolidate this morning's move. And then I'll be looking to buy that though. If we can pull back 25,000, 25, maybe we just see 100. Where I'll be looking to buy that. If it
David
sets up.
Juvenal, paintingthetape.net. Everything I've ever known in trading is on there for free. Just look for my playbook. That is the answer to your question. If you guys haven't, follow me on X. I will just literally post a link tweet for you guys. I'll pin it and stuff or whatever. Just shoot me a follow. If you have mean things to say about me, don't follow me. Looks like the market has found a bit of an offer here. Thing is, though, they can definitely catch this somewhere and keep it bid, which I would expect that they do.
What the?
S was not on the playbook. Yeah, I'm selling that. You guys got a little sneak peek, but that's for sale. I'm not giving that out for free. The S will be behind a paywall. Very proprietary money sign.
My screen
But I
just
hope you
went
guys
black.
enjoy it.
What the?
Um, Making the playbook was not easy. Back to the 9, where it's likely going to hold. And if it doesn't,
Yeah, we're seeing that 5-minute anime.
it's not a bad spot for an offer, like Chris pointed out earlier. What did you have for an offer here?
Uh, well, it was a combination of the third higher high on the 5-minute with the trend structure that I follow, and then us reaching I mean, just an hourly zone that I have.
Hmm.
But one of my screens went black, so I can't see. I don't know what
They
happened.
don't want you to trade it, man.
Yeah.
They're trying to lock you out. This guy's made too much money today. Get him out of my market.
How do I?
On the paint to tape site, where are the playbooks? It should be in the top right where it says playbooks. They linked it in chat right there. Just right above. You can literally click that. It says all playbooks and click on the one that says XYZ. Honestly, I would check them all out though. Take something that works for you from everything that you see.
Hey, can you guys show XY screen only so I can do something about my I'm seeing my monitor is black only, so I can restart it. Okay.
Gold is running away. Back into old range. Yeah, this thing is cooked. Shorts are in the dirt for sure. So check this out, guys. While we've got full screen, old range will mark the overlapping volume, right? Overlapping value in this old range. You can see what happened. They test an old range. If no one's willing to sell back into the old range, what do you have to do? Well, they tested it, they built it. This indicates two-way trade, selling and buying. And if price starts to trade above it, these sellers got to exit the market. They're going to exit the market. And it leads to something like this. So there's a little some for you guys. Actually, coming back now, this is worth a mark. So we'll do that. And Q, here's that. Really don't think it stops. I mean, 9 EMA is doing the 9 EMA thing again. We've got buying coming in right here, 200 lots right under selling. So this is actually going to be pretty key. For them to continue, they need to get all this buying offsides again, and they can really do some damage if they do it. I just don't think they'll do it. They're not going to do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Do that.
How often am I on the stream? Often. You just got to show up every day and see if I show up and hit the like and subscribe. There's the very unsurprising rebid. The range is so expanded today that there's so much meat on every bone. Quick 50 points here, quick 80 there, something like that. It's insane.
Huh. Mm. What did I learn from XY today? That he loves the 9 EMA and I love the 9 SMA.
Hey, you knew that already.
Yeah.
I think we know a great deal of each other's trading at this point after so many streams together. And I mean, talking about it off stream. What time frame did I show? 1 hour.
That's not true, Ricos. I want to learn from XY. Why wouldn't I?
Yeah, we're not beyond learning other things from other traders. I'm definitely not. That's the reason my trading is like really all over the place. It's so many things at once.
Yeah, I would say you combine a lot of different things.
Hmm.
I read your comment, Cooper.
Yeah, what a market it's been.
Yeah, the swag is dope. Frin Tintin. I do read, not as much as the self-development books like I used to read back in the day, but it's related mostly to trading now.
Hey guys.
Hey, Jim.
Hey, Jim.
Great job today as usual.
Friday's always a good time.
It is, but you know what? Monday
Monday.
is
Yeah.
where the rubber meets the road.
I'm only doing gold and NQ Monday.
The Ninja Trader Arena Cup finals. 1,500 traders, $250,000 of prize pool to the top 300 competitors. The winner gets 100,000. Crazy. Ninja
Yeah, that
Trader
is
Live.
crazy.
Listen to this lineup for Ninja Trader Live. You guys are trading also, right? Let me just read you the list. It's crazy. Carmine Risotto, Chris trading boxes. I alphabetize this list because I don't want people to think I'm taking favorites, okay? So, Carmen, Chris trading boxes, Jade Cap, Leo the Big Cat, Lumi, Market Mommy, Merritt, Nick, Pax, Selma, Sarah, Tanya, T Trades, and last but not least, XYZ, all trading in the cup Monday. It's going to be a must-see TV. I can't wait.
If XY changes his name to ABC, he'll always be first.
It'd be too easy. I can't give everything away.
ABCZ. Oh, sorry about that, Kevin. We had a little bit of an emergency here. Let me fix that. See if it's a little better. Is that better? Oh man. Anyway,
Sandy
I'm
made
looking forward to it.
$100 last week. Nice.
What's that?
Sandy, there's a person in chat who got paid that 100 for qualifying last week.
Yeah. Awesome. Congratulations. I mean, even Monday we have if you come in first, you get 100 grand. If you come in second or third, you get 25 grand. If you come in 4 to 10, you get 10 grand. And then listen to this, 11 to 300, you get 100 grand. I'm sorry, $100. Did I say 100 grand? Oh,
Yeah.
I just got management.
You just bumped up their budget a little bit.
Yeah. So 100,000, 25,000, 10,000, and 100 bucks.
It's not
Anyway,
bad.
yeah,
Not
it's
bad
good.
for putting up no risk.
I know it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. So, and the challenges will keep coming, for sure at Ninja Trader. So that's all good. Any event, great job, you guys today. What are the weekend plans?
Not
I
much for
never know.
me.
I never know.
You never know. You
I
and
find
Leo.
out when it happens, whenever my wife tells me what we're doing.
That's a common thing. I mean, we get a lot of you guys saying that. So I'm thinking that might be one of those main characteristics of how to be a
In
great
my
trader.
in my group, you never make the plans with the husbands. They won't remember. You gotta tell the wives. They gotta tell each other, and then it's like, hey, we're doing this. Like, oh, okay.
No, I'm in the same boat on that note. Anyway, Chris, you're just chilling.
Yeah, my girlfriend has been gone for a week, so she'll be back on Saturday. So we'll probably just hang out, do dinner,
Sounds good. Sounds
pretty much
good.
it.
Well, you guys get your rest. Great job today, everybody. Let's get that thumbs up going. Let's get that subscription button going. It's free. Just click on that thing. We really greatly appreciate it. We appreciate everybody being awesome in the chat. But let's give these guys a good send off. They worked hard for us, and we appreciate it. Looking forward to you guys next week. I'm going to do a quick edge report. So thank you, XYZ and Chris.
All right, Jim,
You
you have a
guys
good
have a good
weekend.
weekend.
Later, X.
See you, Chris.
All right. Well, what a day. What a day. Let's take a look at an E-mini. Let's take a look at an E-mini daily chart right now. And so, I just wanted to see where, I went all the way back to the lows, right? The China trade low, right? Where we were at 60, I don't know, what was the low? I'll tell you exactly what the low was on that day. It was 65.40. And I added that anchored VWAP just to kind of see where we were. I didn't have this on this morning. I added it, and look at that. We are right north of that. We were south of that for a long period of time. We had a little bit of a rally that came in. We're right north of that as well. Now, some of the longer term investment folks, per Brian Shannon, are going to be looking at this and deciding whether or not to get long again for their institutional customers. And that's where we're at right now on that session VWAP. And that on that anchored VWAP, sorry, that's approximately 67.76. That's that white line. So I thought that was kind of interesting. Big buyer's wick. So every time we try to get back below this rectangle, this purple rectangle here, we have buyers coming in, and that level is 67.34. So we're a good 50 handles north of that right now. We'll see if this continues to drive up to the top gap that me and Pax talked about this morning. Intraday, I mean, you can see we're making new highs. We broke through that Jax 1 level. Tracy discussed this morning how we were in a negative gamma environment, but right now things are reversing pretty good. We got that 0 DTE put support next level up at the pivot, and then above that, 0 DTE call resistance and that 1 day max at 68.30. Achievable? Sure. We'll take a peek. I mean, look at that VWAP just arcing up. We have the VWAP bands arcing up. So it's looking pretty positive right now on the E-mini S&P. We'll see if this continues or not. But making new highs is a good sign. Let's just go ahead and take a look at the NASDAQ really quickly here. And then we're going to call it an afternoon. Well, a morning, actually. No afternoon stream today. Real similar. I mean, real similar. We have this kind of gap that me and Pax talked about earlier. We have a lot of buyers coming in around 25, even a little bit north of that 20, just a little bit north of that 25,000 level. You can see these big buyers wick today. We're driving back up as well. Moving averages, though, a little bit of worry here. We have that 80 EMA. Converging with the 21 EMA, about to cross under. Maybe they won't. Maybe they'll just kiss, separate, and move along. But right now, this is kind of a little bit of systematic price behavior going on right now in the micro NASI. And just to look at an intraday chart really quickly here, same thing, making new highs, breaking out of the initial balance high, breaking out of session highs. I mean, crushed Jax 4, Jax 3, tapping the pivot right now. And again, 0 DTE call resistance next up at 25,400, and above that 25,450 for that 1 day max. So there's some real targets right there. Bitcoin, unfortunately, is taking it on the chin. 94,000. We'll see how far that goes. My IBIT ETF's not doing so good, needless to say. In any event, great week today. We had a great week. We're looking forward to a fantastic week. Kicking off Monday is going to be off the hook for sure with all of those folks trading live on NinjaTrader Live for the Cup. It's going to be awesome. We're going to keep track of the leaderboard. If you're participating, wish you the best of luck. See you on Monday, and I'll be rooting for you guys. Having said all that, most important message of the day, especially because we are going into a weekend, please be safe out there. Be good to each other. We'll see you soon.
en esta vida es cuerpo y belleza.
Liverpool de plata.
Oigan, y nos...
Strike the pose.
Oigan, si están acá por el acceso...
I just wanna El toque que...
This is what it looked like when you got fresh grease on your tandems. I don't know about y'all.
Order filled.